the hall that is unaware that we are starting. We're good to go. Thank you, Dick. Well, welcome to Washington, D.C. for the FirstNet 10-year anniversary celebration. We are so thrilled that you are all able to make it, some local, some cross-country, and we're just really happy to be able to host this. My name is Martha Ellis. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Safety Broadband Technology Association, or the PSBTA, to save syllables. Since late 2018, we have been diligently advocating for the end user in that broadband space, most particularly when it comes to FirstNet. We do a lot of work through webinars and in-person forums. We're constantly trying to engage the end user and make sure that FirstNet continues to develop and become everything that those first responders need to have at their fingertips. We have also stood up the Public Safety Spectrum Alliance, which is a group of, I would say they were some of the founding fathers of FirstNet and mothers for that matter. And what they do now is really just some remarkable heavy lifting when it comes to ongoing concerns with preserving any kind of spectrum issues, just really keeping their finger on the pulse of what's going on in the world of broadband as it relates to first responders. And again, advocating tirelessly for the end user first responder to make sure that they will always have the spectrum that they need and the tools at their fingertips to make sure that they're always responding safely and getting home to their families. Before we get started today, I'm just going to go through a couple housekeeping items. The restrooms are out the doors or to the right around the corner. I realize it's warm. I have been working very hard to get them to drop the room down to about 65, so bear with us. It's going to hopefully get cooler for you, and I know it's particularly hot with those masks on. Unfortunately, we do have to keep the masks on unless you are actively eating and drinking or speaking in front of a group. We do have coffee and tea outside on the table for your convenience, so feel free if you're getting thirsty or you'd like a little puppy upper and you'd like a little coffee, go ahead and help yourself to that as well. So with that, I am going to go ahead and introduce retired Police Chief Chris Moore, and he is going to be our MC for the day. And again, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Martha. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you all for being here. This is a great day. It's the 10th anniversary of the signing of the legislation that created FirstNet. And for those who were involved in this, and many of you in the room, in fact, all of you, there's a reason you're here. Either you personally, or the people you work with, or the agencies or entities that you represent were significantly involved in passing that legislation and creating the first, the only, dedicated public safety broadband wireless nation that serves nationwide in America. That's a huge accomplishment for everybody there, and I appreciate everybody that they took the time to come here today to celebrate this day. A couple things before we get started. My purpose here basically is to serve as an MC and make sure that all the panels move on time. I'll walk through a little bit the agenda today to see who's speaking, and I'm going to keep everybody on time. So if for some reason we start to go a little bit long, and I will tell you in this group, some of these people like to talk, and there's nothing wrong with that. You give a bunch of chiefs, yes, you, Jeff, you give them a microphone, it's like, give me that thing. Oh, I don't know why you're laughing, Catuccian, because I tell you what, give him the microphone, here. No, so anyway, it is really important to recognize these events because, as was just mentioned, spectrum seems like something strange to a lot of police chiefs, and I remember coming up, I knew nothing about it. It is the lifeblood of how we communicate. And if you think about public safety, communication is the key. Without it, we don't function. Without it, the public is less safe. It is critical that we have those assets, that we know how to use them, that we use them responsibly. Now, we also have the chairwoman of the FCC, Jessica Rosenworcel, who will be here at 2 o'clock. I don't think the commissioner is here, the chair. This is somebody who I will mention a little bit later, but one of the most dedicated people to public safety. She has her entire career focused to make sure we have what we need. So it is a treat to have her here, number one, and for you to hear from her what it means to her, and perhaps maybe even break a little news today. So it's really good that you're all here to hear her. With that said, I want to thank Martha Ellis, who just introduced me, but she is a retired division chief from Salt Lake City Fire Department. So as much as I like to give the firefighters grief, I'm surrounded by them, which is really unfortunate. Thank you, Keith. And of course, my friend Keith Kelly here, who happens to be a volunteer fire chief on top of that. We just can't get away from these firefighters. Seriously, yeah, who does that? So Yeah. So we have Martha Ellis. Thank you very much for putting this together. The PSBTA spent a lot of time to make sure this happened, that we were able to broadcast it live so that people around the country can recognize, as we do, how important this really is to public safety. Also, Loredana Ellsbury Schwartz. Make sure I get her name right. I know she's home. She's not feeling well right now, but Loredana, thank you for everything you did to make sure this happens, and I see you're watching this. I hope you are. That said, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to do today and what you're going to see. It's going to be a hot afternoon. I will say that because these lights, it's the way it works. We've all been here. So if you need to get up, you know where the restrooms are, just go ahead and do that. Nobody's going to take offense to it. I certainly won't. I've been walked out by better, just so you know. So we're going to start right after this with the sort of the history of how we got to where we are, the beginnings of FirstNet. And having been a fortunate part of that group, even though I'm going to sit over here where the rest of the panel will be up here, you're going to hear from Dick Murgan, Chuck Dowd, Jeff Johnson. We've been called a number of things, some good, not some good. We've been called the Four Horsemen. We've called, what else were we called? That's about it. A few other words from members of Congress that didn't particularly sound too good to us, but it was okay. Then at 2 o'clock, we have Jessica Rosenworcel, who is the chair of the FCC. And then we have, right after that, we're going to have another panel on delivering. How did we get to? I guess they could just show up. Why not? We still got a little bit of time, I think. Yeah, you got 9 minutes, buddy. You're
ready.
All right. So anyway, the next panel after that, after a little bit of history, so for those who weren't there and need a little context, we're going to provide that for you. After that, we're going to have sort of delivering. Once we got the spectrum and the money, which, by the way, it was $7 billion in cash, the largest cash delivery to public safety in history. And after that, $20 billion worth of spectrum on top. So that's $27 billion worth of assets that the federal government infused into public safety to make sure we had what we needed. So it's a huge accomplishment on their part. Then the hard part begins, is who delivers on that? You have to go through a process to go through an RFP. This is the federal government, mind you. It takes a little bit longer to come up with a private-public partnership, which turned out to be one of the best things we could ever do. We have an incredible partner in AT&T, having gone through that process, delivering what's necessary. And mind you, the people who made that choice are the members of the FirstNet board. Some are present members that are here today. Some are past members, past chairs. These are the people that made sure that this is a public safety dedicated network built to our standards for what we need, not what a commercial carrier would give to us or what used to give to us. This is something that we wanted, we needed delivered, and the federal team that put it together, we thank you, and we're glad that you're here as well. And then the folks at AT&T. So that second panel is about how we started the build. The third panel that we're going to have is basically the progress report. Where are we? Now, just one stat that I'm going to steal from them is when we first started this, how long it was going to take for folks to uptake. What are you going to get public safety entities? Right now, as of today, there are over 3 million FirstNet connections. Over 3 million for a brand new network. That's unheard of. That's uptake. That's adoption. And on top of that, you have over 19,500 plus public safety agencies that are now using FirstNet. That's huge, and it continues to grow. Now, is FirstNet perfect? It is not. I will tell you that. But nobody starts from ground zero and gets to perfect in a couple of years. It just doesn't happen. That said, by the adoption alone, you'll know how good it is because where there are gaps, they're being filled. They're very receptive. And I hear a lot of these, not a lot of these calls, but sheriffs and chiefs come to me and say, look, I'm having an issue specifically. I said, great. I know exactly who you need to talk to. They talk to the FirstNet team, and it gets solved. That's what we believe in public safety. It is one of these things where we know stuff breaks. In fact, sometimes we break it. But it's not the measure of whether it breaks or not. It's how fast you recover and what do you learn from it. And that's what that FirstNet team, both on the AT&T private partner side, as well as AT&T, the authority, and the government side. So we thank them for that. The next panel we're going to have is basically moderated by Jason Porter from FirstNet at AT&T. Okay, that's typed wrong, but I know what it is. And it's innovation. So one of the things about this network is, and we want to focus on, FirstNet is not static. Like a lot of our radio systems, our LMR systems, you build and it's there and it works for a period of time until it no longer works or is not supported. This is not a static environment. This is innovation. This is constantly reevaluating how FirstNet is supposed to perform, how it is performing, what we need it to do moving forward. One quick example of that is nobody predicted a pandemic. What did that mean for us communicating? If you had a testing site or a vaccination site, you know what the logistics are for those who, my hat's off to all of you that had to do that, but what you had, also, I'm from California, and I know you're going to hear from Kim Zgaris today about what happened is you had to stand up a site at Dodger Stadium or at the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum to be able to bring hundreds of thousands of people through. You have to communicate, you have to have records. That was all FirstNet. It was a dedicated public safety wireless broadband network designed just for that. Had any of us thought of that? Never in our life. We knew that we needed something then, 10 years ago, but we also knew that with the capability, we would have the ability to do a lot of things we haven't even thought of yet. And that was just one example of it. We're getting those things all the time. And where do we get it? We get it from the field. We get it from the people wearing the uniform telling us, we need to do this. How do you help us? And that's where the FirstNet team has excelled. And we're going to hear from them today. And then certainly the last but not least is we're going to have a future needs panel. So we've talked about how we got here, talked a little bit about what the state of play is and how we're moving forward with the build out, talked a little bit about innovation, and now we're going to talk about the future of what FirstNet for public safety looks like. And we've got some distinguished members here, and I appreciate you all, the fire chiefs mostly, to come up and talk about what do we need to do? What are we moving forward? What does it look like? And then after that, we've got a couple of awards, and then we also have some Q&A. If for those who have any particular questions with an individual speaker or panel, we have a microphone here that Martha will take around if you have a question. And if we're running a little bit, there's a couple of you in the room that I may call on. I may have to throw the microphone at you, but there are a lot of people in this room that were really critical to making this thing happen and making it successful, and it is truly successful. So my hat's off to all of you. My time is, look at that, perfect. We're going to turn it over to the panel at this point. See, this is my one job up here. Don't screw this up. Make sure we're on time. So at this point, I'm just going to do a quick introduction of the panel since they've self-assumed their roles. Jeff Johnson, who's the retired fire chief from the Tualatin Valley Fire Department, past president of the International Association of Fire Chiefs, past president of the Metropolitan Fire Chief. You know, it's almost disgusting. I don't even want to talk about Jeff. He is one of the smartest guys for a firefighter that I have ever met. Just saying. And next to him is Deputy Chief Chuck Dowd from the NYPD. So Chuck, a very storied career at NYPD. He ran the 911 center during 9/11. And you want history, you want experience, that's Chuck. And Chuck helped guide us through at the very beginning, how we got everybody together all in one room to do this. Next to Chuck is Dick Murgan, who's a past president of APCO, Association of Public Safety Communications Officials International. He also served as a police officer in Colorado. He also served as a communication manager in Nevada and something else in Nevada.
Director of Technology Services.
Director of Technology, I'll get there, right. So he's got a chance to play it on both sides, on the budget side, but also the operational side. So we're very grateful to all three of them to talk a little bit about, again, how we did this, why we did it, and how we got there. And mind you, again, this is it was the first time that public safety, police, fire, and EMS got together in the same room and decided that it was important enough to go to Congress as one. Never happened before. We're starting to do it again. For those who know about the Next Gen 911, and there are several people in the room that are working on that group, we appreciate their effort, but that's the way you do it. You get everybody in the room, you lay out what needs to happen, and you lead. And when you do that, good things happen. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to JJ to start
Actually,
this
turn it over to me.
Oh, sorry. I'm turning it over to Dick.
So anyway, what you're going to see up here today is a conversation. I mean, that's what we do. We don't do, I shouldn't say we don't. Typically, we don't do formal presentations because there's a story to be told. And there's so much of a story, not any one of us can remember the whole thing. So Chris will join us in it. A couple of caveats here, kind of like press club. Why the press club? I mean, I think we're trying to do, there's a reason for it. Our first event as the Public Safety Alliance occurred at the press club. That's when we announced the formation, that's when we brought everybody together. And so that started the ball rolling of this unity between police, fire, EMS. Not only were we for four of it, but two people who you'll hear from later today that are in the audience is Harlan McEwen, Kevin McGinnis. They represented ICP, EMS. So it was a unity of about 15 to 20 people. And so part of the message we hope you leave with after we're done is the reasons we did what we did, why we did it, are still valid today and valid in the future. And it is important that those who come behind us remember that history and focus on why we're doing it. Because a single nationwide network, a single vendor to build the network, there's all purpose behind that. And you're gonna hear that today. So that's kind of who we were, and this whole thing started, just so you show how things start small, started at dinner one night over at the Daily Grill. That Chris Moore and some other folks from California had invited Chris Fisher, who's in the room also, to a dinner to talk about something about technology. Chris calls me and says, I don't know who these crazy people are, but I'm not going alone. Will you go with me? And so Chris and I end up over at dinner with Chris and some other people out of California, basically with this idea that they had talked to this other person named Chuck Dowd in New York City and said, look, there's a spectrum out there. They've been trying to auction it. They're trying to get rid of it. It's our spectrum. We need to go for it. And we sat there and said, really, you think we can do that? And he said yes. Chuck said yes. And we said, we need more people. That's when we invited JJ in, and this whole thing started to grow, and we started to talk about spectrum and money and how that's going to develop. So that was the beginning of this whole thing, and a lot of stories to tell. And Chuck, I'll let you, so one of the other stories is there was a debate about what do we call this. And with that, I'll leave it with the inventor of Orange.
Well, thank you. Thanks. And thanks for coming, everybody, today. I just want to talk a little bit about the thought process behind why we needed this network. And as was mentioned earlier, I was in charge of New York City 911 system, police radio operations during 9/11, during the Northeast blackout, during Hurricane Sandy. All those events were learning moments. But in particular, the attacks that occurred around the country on September 11th, 2001, really crystallized a need for a different way of communicating within public safety. And we were looking at this as a seamless interoperability opportunity for public safety to build a nationwide network. The second part of that was we saw coming, and when I say we, public safety in general, saw the need for mission-critical data capability, the ability to share video, the ability to look at building schematics. All of that information we could see coming. Up until that point, we effectively had been limited to two-way voice radio communications, and we knew over time that that wasn't going to solve the problem. So we started talking amongst ourselves, right, about how this would look and how would we do it, and we started to move in that direction. Again, the importance of this ability to communicate. I remember, again, and you saw this during Hurricane Katrina, large events around the country, you see public safety from all over the nation going in support of public safety in other places. So we sent people to Katrina. On September 11th, we had police agencies from as far away as South Carolina and Maine that responded in New York City. But a complete inability to communicate, and we knew that had to get fixed. So that was the initial thought behind why this was necessary, and then I'll leave it to Jeff to pick it up from there on why why this was important to fire, not just to law enforcement.
Because we matter.
By the way, just so you know, there was a discussion over lunch, who would draw first blood? And Chris drew first blood, so this just goes on all the time anyway.
I tried to be nice. That's over now.
It's fair to say that there is a 14, 15-year history of police and fire giving each other a hard time. And what the general public probably doesn't notice is that's what goes on the street and what goes on fire stations. We have our fun with one another.
But we are always there for each other.
Yes, we are always there for each other. Right. But I'd like to just thank you, Dick, for acknowledging that this really started to move once you invited me into the group. I would appreciate that. We come at this as public safety practitioners, meaning we didn't know what a total addressable market was, and we never looked at what public safety did and said, oh wow, well there's incumbent providers of technology in that space that probably aren't going to welcome us very much. We didn't think like that. We didn't think about manufacturing cycles and how you go to market. And, we thought nothing of that. Here's what we thought. We thought we have spent our entire lives professionally. Being told by vendors and salespeople what we need, not having our own vision. And this piece often didn't work with that piece, and we were the ones that paid the bill to patch them together with some interoperability patch of some kind. And on and on and on and on, and then it occurred to us at some point that kids getting off the bus at the junior high school had better technology than we did, and we were left to use commercial devices, and it just wasn't good enough. Because whether you're landing a plane in the East River or the Twin Towers are struck or whatever, those events generate traffic that clog networks other than just public safety traffic. And when you clog that network, it is a guarantee that's going to happen unless we have ruthless preemption or priority in preemption in the case of FirstNet, and that's engineered into the network. So a lot of what you see here is just ground truth from cops, firefighters, and paramedics that spent our career knowing what doesn't work and what has to happen to make it work and why it has to be different. Not the marketing, not the one-liners, how from an engineering level up, this network has to be built for responders. And we have to have that in consideration. And it's just actually frustrating to know that we were missing a lot early, and we're probably still missing a lot. But number one thing we didn't know is we didn't know this was impossible. It was impossible. And it was the fact that we didn't know it was impossible that made it possible. Because if we knew what we were doing, we would have never tried. We just wouldn't. And there were many times in the middle of this that we looked at each other and said, yeah, we're probably dead now. But we just kept getting up, and we kept getting up, and we kept getting up. And I think if you look back at that and all those moments where we really did look each other in the eye and say, this is probably impossible, those are the gut check moments that really make us protective of what we have. This is no ordinary network. This is public safety's network. It's a nationwide network, and it's unique and it's different. And it's different because we needed it to be that way, and we designed it that way. And we were actually wrong early on in a lot of things. And, you know, I want to give some credit to some people that really changed the trajectory where we were going. I think you had asked any of us that are dragging hoses, shocking people, or running the law enforcement side, we would have told you we have to build our own. We need our own towers, we need our own backhaul, we need our own technology. We just did not think, hey, let's custom leverage a nationwide wireless provider to meet our needs. What became clear early on was that was the only path that was going to get us where we wanted to go. Because we would not be at 3 million adoptions and 19,500 agencies participating. We would not be there if we did it that way. And, you know, I want to reflect, Sam Ginn, first chairman of the board at FirstNet, really one of the original fathers of cellular. Sam Ginn brought this team together. Like, he seeded and picked with Larry Strickling the first board of FirstNet. And Tim Bryan is in the room from the National Rural Telecom Cooperative. Tim Bryan on the inaugural board. Tim understood, along with a couple other board members, the value of spectrum. See, if you know what it's worth, then you know what kind of deal you can get. And if you know what kind of deal you can get, now you can start to build objectives around what we needed. That led to the 16 objectives. That led to multiple bidders. That led to what we have today. Sue Swenson, the chairwoman that took over after Sam Ginn. If you've never met Sue Swenson, she's one of the most impressive people and is now one of my closest friends. But you talk about an interesting person. She drives hard, and she bled public safety from the minute her rear end hit the seat on the first day. And she is still to this day volunteering her time and considerable skills to help us, public safety, and it's just impressive. Morgan O'Brien, we owe Morgan some credit. Morgan, we all recognize as the founder of Nextel. Morgan was the guy, and Harlan, I hope when Chief McCune's up here today, he talks about Morgan. Morgan actually had the original idea.
Just a second. Be a little bit careful. He's sitting back there, so don't say
Well,
anything too
I
nice.
didn't see him walk in. Hi, Morgan. Good to see you. Morgan O'Brien actually had the original idea and connected with Harlan and the Public Safety Spectrum Trust Board that took the first run at blazing this path. Couldn't have been here without him. So it's nice to see you, Morgan. Andy Siebold, our technical expert in public safety, he couldn't be here today, but while there were endless times we were over our head technically, and we needed Andy, and he was always there for us. And then today, it just carries on. And today we have Mayor Steve Benjamin, that's the chairman of FirstNet, and a whole new board of directors at FirstNet. Their effectiveness directly relates to understanding one key thing. We're here to serve public safety, and there is no such thing as done. This network has to evolve and iterate and to get better every year. And I'll just defer to my colleagues to take it from here.
So I think, we represent dozens of people. I mean, a lot of people refer to us and Harley and Kevin as kind of, the people at the beginning, but there were a lot of people from Morgan to the folks at AT&T who came up with how to put this together, that this happened. I mean, there's a couple key points here that ruthless preemption. I remember when that first came out, and it came from Chuck Dowd going, we need ruthless preemption. And I had one of the engineers from, I don't know, Verizon, AT&T come up to me and go, what's ruthless preemption? I go, well, that's when you cut everybody off. And they go, there's no such thing. There's no technologies that does that. It's never been invented. And we collectively, Chuck, came up with the idea of ruthless preemption, and guess what? They do it today. We had a vision that solved a lot of problems. And when I say we, again, it's the we. It's the Morgan O'Briens, the Jim Bugels, Bob Sloan, the people with AT&T across the board that made this happen. So without this collective thought, it would have never happened. And one of the other things I want to focus on here momentarily is we spent a day in a room talking about all the different public safety networks across the country. I mean, there were other efforts that they had tried in the 90s, 2000, statewide systems. There's really not a success in the country where you can show me where a state built a system and everybody's using it. It doesn't happen. And in my own state, like Nevada, the battles we had between two vendors, and there's vendors out there today that will build two systems next to each other. They can't talk to each other. We can't afford that as stewards of government money and taxpayer money to keep building those kind of networks. We couldn't afford the interoperability. One of the other debates we had early on is, Chuck Dowd had a need in New York City, but that need still occurs in the middle of nowhere, Montana. In whether it's Billings, Montana, or Green River, Wyoming, or some small community, it had to work for everybody. At which point we came up with this concept of nationwide network, private-public partnership, and finding this mechanism that worked. And so, again, we didn't just pull this idea out of thin air. We collectively, from public safety, there must have been 30 people representing different associations, different agencies that came together, that came up with what you see in the legislation today. We have a lot of people going, well, why is that there? Everything in there is, for the most part, the stuff we asked for, we fought for, and that's what we've got today. And obviously the numbers show the success. Sorry,
Dick, can I interrupt for just 1 second? So my mic is working.
You're the moderator.
I am. I can shut you off right now. I might. It's hard to shut him up, just for the record. I will say this, and to echo some of what JJ just said, and that is there were several times in this process when we thought we were dead. I mean, we had already invested a significant amount of our time and other people's time to try and get this moving forward, and we couldn't get a bill. It was just one of those things where we were trying. And then divine intervention, one of the several things that occurred. We had an earthquake here on the East Coast. If you guys all recall and were here when that occurred, that was one of our lowest points, because we were always saying, hey, look, we need all of this spectrum. We don't need just a little. We need it all, because we never know when the emergency is going to happen. I mean, if you could tell me where the emergency was going to happen and when it was going to happen, we can design around that. That's not a problem. We just don't know. And so we're in a downside, and all of a sudden, we said, look, it's not networks fail in the sense that they go down and they crash. Some do, in a big fire or something like that. But like in California, in an earthquake, it just gets saturated and it becomes useless to public safety. When we need it the most, it's not available. But it tends to be very isolated. Well, we're on a downside, and all of a sudden this earthquake happens. And for those who are here, how many people in the audience, raise your hand, were you here during the earthquake in DC? Okay, so I could go around and ask you what it felt like to you, where you were, but a lot of people who were in the legislative office buildings here up on the Hill, they thought the bomb went off. That was the first thought, right? Post 9/11, all the rest of it. But no one really knew. Everybody came out, but everybody got on their device. It saturated the network. It was useless. And they have graphs of, you could literally see the fall of the earthquake, and you see the usage, the utilization of the networks, the red dots going up, literally up the coast, and basically making or rendering these networks inoperable. We went into the Hill and we said, there's your example. Fortunately, not a whole lot of folks got hurt. There was some significant damage, but that was what we needed at that moment to say, this is what we're talking about. And they go, we got it. And that was one of the big turnaround points. The other thing, too, is the shoulders that we stood on, yeah, we get a lot of credit, but at the end of the day, you talk about Murgan. And Murgan, you and I haven't more than had a couple words, but to me, to you, thank you very much for setting the stage. To Harlan, for those who tried, it was not easy doing it the way you guys had to do it, and there was a price to be paid for it, but at the end of the day, we wouldn't be here today without you guys, so thank you so very much. Another person who you'll hear from later on is Ed Parkinson. So when we met first Ed, he was as a junior staffer for Peter King, who was on the Homeland Security, he was chair of Homeland Committee, House Homeland. And we were trying to get somebody to sponsor a bill. Nobody would sponsor a bill. We could not get a bill introduced to reallocate the D-block. And yet Ed, I'm not sure he took it upon himself, but I kind of think he did, and wrote one and gave it to Peter King, and Peter King says, I like that. Next thing you know, we had a bill, HR 5084. Never forget it. Now, that's not the ultimate bill, but that was the start of getting us on a legislative path to where we needed to be. So again, there's many people in the room. I think the people at PSCR. I see Jeff Ratcher here. I don't think Derek Orr's here. But those folks who are at the Public Safety Communications Research Lab, we didn't have any money to research. We were posed questions about what is the technical implication of this, what can you do? We had no idea. So between Andy and the folks at PSCR, they dedicated their resources, not being asked, they did it, and came back to us with answers. So one of the things we wanted to make sure is that when FirstNet was implemented, that there was some money for PSCR to continue that R&D effort, because we historically, in public safety, underfund future research. We just don't do it. We buy something because somebody told us we should buy it, and we live with it forever time. So our thanks to all of those people. And Chuck, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, just to reinforce some of the comments that were already made, there were two fundamentals that we were looking for here that you don't get in a commercial network, and that was the ruthless preemption, right, and the survivability of the network. Those are the two major issues that we run into. One, if you look at the event in Las Vegas when that individual attacked that concert, right, that's a saturation event. That's where everybody's on the network and the network becomes unusable. The other one is the Hurricane Katrina event or the Hurricane Sandy event, where the networks go down. They just aren't built to survive during those events. Those are the two key things I think that we were looking to solve in any public safety network, but in particular this one, the importance of it. That is the goal of FirstNet, and that we believe is the goal of AT&T, and that's going to be their focus. This is a work in progress. It is not perfect yet. Let's be clear about that. But here's what you need, and it's very important. You need a willingness of a partner to step up and say, you know what, that last event we just had, it's a hurricane, whatever it is, we did a pretty good job, but we could have done it better. And the willingness to acknowledge that and to make it better is critical to the success of FirstNet. And that's an obligation that AT&T has and that we are confident that they will fulfill. That is the importance of this. This has to constantly improve and constantly get better. We cannot be in a situation anymore where there's the Boston Marathon and there's a bombing at the Boston Marathon and the commercial networks get saturated and that's it. It's done. And if you talk to the people that were in charge in Boston at that time, they will tell you, hey, listen, we were done. They immediately fell back to their two-way radio systems because that was exclusive to them. So that ability to preempt, to push people off the network or throttle them back so that public safety is always at the front of the network is critical to the success of FirstNet. And I'm pleased to see that we are making such great progress in that regard inside AT&T, and that there's a focus in management inside AT&T on making that network better.
So one of the things I want to talk about, and JJ can probably tell the story, I'll ask him to tell, he can definitely do a better job. But one of the keys here is public safety has to stand together against the odds. There were times that, I remember we were up on the Hill or a testimony, and there was one particular case where we didn't always do what our GR people said. The reason we were so successful is nobody knew what we were going to do or do it next. I mean, we did some pretty edgy stuff when telephone banks, ads, to get people on our side. But everything came together for a reason, but public safety had to stand together. There are things that will cause you to stand together in future events. And what I'm thinking here, JJ, is that meeting in Herndon, when the carriers talked about.
Well, what Dick's talking about is we were very active with the White House, President Obama, Vice President Biden at the time, trying to get them to embrace this and give us support on the Hill, because we were struggling a lot there. And Anish Chopra was the first Chief Technology Officer for the United States. Anish called a summit. He called all the wireless carriers to a meeting, and this is the meeting you're talking about. Yeah. And Anish asked the question of the executives representing the wireless carriers, will you, one at a time, stand up, will you provide priority to public safety on your network when they need it? No, 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 no. 4 no's. There's only 4 wireless networks at the time. We had our answer. The White House had their answer. And that was a turning point for us. And it's not like the people at the carriers didn't care. You just have a fiduciary to your shareholders to return maximum value. And it gets complicated for them when you start turning off a consumer to help a responder. It's complicated. So we understand why they said what they said, but it was the reason we were doing what we were doing. We never believed they would give that to us, and the White House had to prove it to themselves, and they did.
And the lesson learned is that, like you said, they've got a fiduciary responsibility. Any given carrier cannot provide the kind of services we need as a general rule, because they've got a whole lot of other customers and networks they've got to look at, and this kind of made the point that day, which had to be made. So that, once again, is one of those key moments where we need our own network. And we needed to have our own spectrum, we needed to have our own seed funding, and that helped drive that point home. Do you want to talk about?
Yeah, Chris, I know you want to jump in. Do you mind if I talk about the nevers?
Please.
This is one of the things we accumulated, was the nevers. This was the never list. This is what people tell you on the Hill when we were asking to take care of public safety. So I was just jotting down a list. You will never get the money out of Congress. If you get the money, you will never get the spectrum. If you got one or the other, you will never get both. But if you did, just if you did, you would never get this through the federal procurement process. And if you did, you would never defend it in court. And even if you did that, nobody's going to bid on this. And not only is nobody going to bid on it, nobody's going to put these chipsets in their devices. How is that for a list? That's the list of nevers. And a bunch of public safety people just trying to decide.
You left a couple out.
Please.
They'll never design a device for you, and they'll never build applications for it.
Well, there we go. Over 300 devices today that are FirstNet capable. Bob Plaschke at Sonam Technologies was the first one to step up in front of Congress and say, I will.
And
here it
another
is.
one of those, if they hadn't have been there, we wouldn't have got there.
That's right.
How many applications have we had?
I don't remember.
Yeah, just a little bit on Bob Plaschke.
Do we know how many applications? 150 separate applications already for FirstNet.
So I remember when I approached Bob Plaschke, because we were told, point blank, it's going to take you 5 years to get a chip. It would be easier if I did. My voice here. How about now? There we go. So They said it's going to take you 5 years to get a chip built. These are the chip makers saying minimum 5 years, and we want to see a guaranteed market before we'll make that chip for you. And then it's going to take you another 5 years to get a device. And I'm thinking, that's 10 years, that's not acceptable. We all looked and said, what are we going to do? Well, we run across this company called Sonim that had hardened, ruggedized devices. And I said, can you put a band 14 chip in there? Well, if I could get one, I would. I said, well, would you go to the chip makers and say that you want to do this? So literally within a year, not 5 years, a year, we had a device that we could actually do it. And then that spawned the chip manufacturers to say, this is something we should do. Now, let me go back to, again, but for some of the key people coming in here. And one of them at that meeting in Herndon, the reason we were in Herndon, by the way, because the federal government was putting this on, is they couldn't get, believe it or not, a big enough room for us, the conference room, because the American Medical Association was having their big conference and every room was booked. So we're stuck out at the airport. We were due to address Senate Commerce the following day, so we were all in town anyway. But when that question was asked of the carriers, I never thought they would answer, honestly, would you ever? I expected some happy talk, and instead we got a direct no. And then the question follow-up was, why not? Because it's not in our shareholders' best interest. Made total sense, but I tell you, that was when Anish looked over and said, we're going to have to give it to them. And they had all the right people that needed to hear that, heard that. That was truly one of the key moments there. So I will say that, though, and one of the people that answered that question is Jim Begill, and I know he's in the room, and I appreciate the candor, because frankly, I thought I was going to get happy talk. And we didn't. We got a real answer, and that actually shaped how we moved forward. And the other thing, too, with respect to devices and people that stepped up with innovation, once they saw that somebody was willing to innovate, we saw a flood. And then once the network was started up, you're seeing all of these 150, all the different apps, people stepping out of the woodwork to say, we think we can build a better mousetrap for you guys.
And betting their personal fortunes on us.
Yeah.
Today, you're going to see gentlemen recognize Tim O'Connell's here as the founder of Rescue 42. He builds compact rapid deployables for FirstNet. But listen, this guy created this company, created this concept for us. He bet his assets on us.
His own money.
That's what happens when you create an ecosystem that explains the need, creates demand. We just had trouble getting going. And now it's a wild ecosystem. The commercial sector has flooded to the public safety sector because this is where the opportunity is. You have a widget for a passenger car. How do I morph that into a widget for a police car, a fire engine, public utilities vehicles? That transformation is happening in the commercial sector at a massive rate. It wouldn't happen without a network to go to.
Let me just add one thing about our belief and faith and gratitude to AT&T. Now, you gotta understand, AT&T is a very large company, as y'all know, worldwide. It's just tough to change culture in an entity that's all about making sure they meet their bottom line. That's their job. If you serve on their board, if you serve as their executive, you have to do this. Having people step up in that organization to include not only Jim Begill, but Jason and Chris Sambar, folks who came out of the military understand what mission critical is to help move a big corporation and their corporate culture. That's huge, to be able to fund and invest in technology to serve the public. Not easy to do, but my credit, all to you guys for making that happen. The other thing too is when you have, folks who are on Wall Street looking to see what is this going to do to their bottom line. They're getting, and they're questioned every single day on, is this a wise investment of our time and money? And the answer I think has been proven out, yes, for all the reasons we've just talked about. So our hats off to those folks. And now, the great one last story about, when we first started this, if we had known, they said, look, we want ruthless preemption and we want priority. And if you gave it to us, we never would be here. We wouldn't even have looked at it. Yep. But they told us, no, you're not that big a market. You're not that important to us, which for those in public safety go, kind of like, really? We're not that important? No, I'm looking pretty important with my... but, that's where we face. Now, with all of this effort and the change in culture, we have, and I love this, is you've got all carriers running Super Bowl ads about public safety. That is a sea change. That is the focus on the people and the men and women wearing the uniform to get what we need to get it done.
Well, I want to put that in context here, that a lot of people out there think that FirstNet is AT&T, that AT&T was given the business. That is so far from the truth, that there was a process to bid this network. There were multiple bidders for this network, that people like Jim Begill and Bob Sloan at the time, they had to figure out How do you build a network that public safety demands and needs and rightfully should have, and still make it work within their corporate structure? How do you meet all that fiduciary, requirements that they have? And they bid along with, what were there, 4 other bidders, I think, a total of 5? Yeah.
Yes.
There were a number of bidders, and they won it. They provided the best offer. It was evaluated by an independent group of people. It wasn't like any of us were, to this day, we've never seen the documents. So when you think about what AT&T's done, they fought for that business. They stood up and talked about doing the right thing for public safety and for America. So they rightfully earned it. And so hats off to them for everything they did. One of the other things I want to talk about here is everybody needs a champion. So, just a couple of stories about the champions we had. Peter King introduced that first bill, but one of the things we learned is he was not on the committee of jurisdiction or something like that. Anyway, they couldn't move it through, but he made the point, he brought it to light. And so there was a meeting where our GR person had told myself, Chris Fisher was at that first meeting, said, look, we want you to go over and talk to these people in Jay Rockefeller's office, a gal named Jessica Rosenworcel and a gentleman named John Branscombe, and just tell them what we're trying to do. So we go over, we have this meeting, we talk to them. I remember them asking, so what does this do for West Virginia? And so we laid it out about interoperability and the network, and so we left the meeting feeling pretty good about it, and it was probably a month or 2 later. We're back in town. GR person gets a call and says, look, they'd like to see us over in Senator Rockefeller's office. So we said, okay. And so myself, Bill Casey, a number of us went over and walked in, and hi, Jessica, how you doing? We go into the conference room. No, the senator would like to talk to you. Senator, that's kind of a big deal. So we get escorted into his office, and he comes in and chit-chat a little bit, and he says, look, staff has researched this and looked at it. He goes, I'm supporting this. He says, I am not going to retire until public safety gets this, and to where
he was the committee of jurisdiction.
Oh yeah, he absolutely was the committee. And so we're talking about, well, what about Senator Reed? He was the senior senator at the time. He goes, I'll take care of that. He says, I'm not leaving until it's done. I've been on this hill a long time, and I'm not going to retire. So that became a key moment because he fulfilled that promise. The other one, which I just loved, and it wasn't so much the meeting, it was the after effect. We were up at the executive office building with Terrell McSweeney and the Vice President Biden's staff, where basically they said, talk to the Vice President, he's behind you, he's going to support it. So I went off to another meeting over at the Senate. There was a Senate staffer there who thought he was very important, and we had a number of people in the room. And this staffer says, we are not doing this. We will never do this for public safety. And it was a D. And he's just going on. And I said, excuse me a second. I said, the Vice President has told us they're supporting it. He did what? Guy leaves the room. It's like 10 minutes later. And everybody's going, well, what happened? So I told him about the other meeting. He comes back in 10 minutes later, goes, okay, what do you need? I mean,
he had an epiphany. Yeah.
Absolutely. So having champions out there who feel as passionate about the topic as you do is really important to cultivate.
Yeah, and again, you can't thank certain folks. I mean, there was a lot of people that helped us on this effort over the years when we got the legislation passed, but you can't thank current FCC Chair Jessica Rosenworcel enough. Terrell McSweeney, John Branscombe, Ed Parkinson, who's the CEO of FirstNet. These are folks that moved their people from their staff positions to act on this for us. And we owe them a great debt for what they did for us.
Yeah, and there were a lot of Jeff Cohen, who's now with APCO, was on there.
Yeah, we can go over. Yeah,
no, right, but
yeah,
just
they were absolutely, and I can't remember them all, but they were certainly there.
To your point, Chuck, I can look around the room, and there are several people here, many people that were there, that all contributed in some fashion, and we're grateful to all of you for that participated. And again, this is not a static thing. This, over the course of years, different people have stepped off, other people have stepped in. I think of Sue, and there's a great line she had when she was testifying at Senate Commerce. And Jeff, if you remember when she was asked the question, what if this fails?
She said, "We should all be shot." Classic Sue Swenson quote, right?
So
Just
with
straight
that
up.
with that kind of support from the board members of FirstNet, she wasn't a public safety person. She is now.
And Chris, it's just one more thing and I don't think we hit this hard enough today. If we did, I missed it. But what public safety, state and local public safety, need to understand is this is your network. This was a ground-up effort. This wasn't some federal program where some federal government folks said, hey, I got an idea. Let's build a nationwide network for public safety. This was you. This was police, fire, EMS, OEMs, sheriffs, all acting together from the ground up on a state and local basis to make this a reality. And always remember that spectrum belongs to you, public safety.
So
Yeah, Chris, one point on that. It's a great test. In the back of the room today is the Vice President of the FirstNet Board, Chief Richard Carrizo. Mayor Steve Benjamin is the sitting chair. Take a look at who is on that board of directors at FirstNet. Their email's there. Drop them an email. You have a question? Drop them an email. And they will get back to you. What's unique about your network is this is your network, and they're here to achieve this for you. You can send all the emails you want to other carriers. They're not sending you an email back. You send it to the top, you're going to hear crickets. You send it to the top on your network, and you get a meaningful response. Thanks, Chris.
So just not to leave him out, Sheriff Peter Catuccian from Middlesex County we're in Massachusetts, just outside Boston, is also on the board. So, and he's emails everywhere. So, seriously, give him a call.
Yes, if you have him questions, he's right there right now. Yeah.
We'll be issuing his email later.
But no, that's the importance. He just stepped down as now the immediate past president of the major county sheriff. So these are the major players. And one last point on the partnerships of public safety. Never before, I mentioned it, never before had all of the associations gotten together to represent all of us. And again, it took everybody to swallow a little bit and say, okay, who's going to lead this? And unfortunately, major county sheriffs, because we sort of spearheaded this, just happened to be that way because we're the ones that just happened to think of it first, I guess. I don't know. Long and short is that we had everybody in the same room rowing the oars in the same direction. That's hard enough to do in anything, even harder in public safety when we all have our own parochial interests. We all are on funding streams. Assistance to firefighters grants. I'm just jealous. Those types of things. How do you get everybody to do that? It is leadership. And that goes for anything that we do. If you have the right leadership, you bring people together. It's not an easy thing to do, particularly at a nationwide level. And yet, somehow, we made it happen. I claim no special powers other than to say, it's the right thing to do, and go from there.
But another point to that, and no respect to those great people that run our associations, but the staff at the associations can't make this happen. I mean, they do a lot of great work, but it's the uniforms, it's the board members that came together, that we had folks that, we spent time on the Hill, and when you go into a congressional office, you need somebody from that person's home district to say, I'm here, I'm one of your voters, I support what everybody here is telling you. You have got to put the uniforms, the working people, the people who build the networks, operate the networks, the telecommunicators, everybody into those offices. Like I said, the problem is, again, no disrespect to the GR people, but the folks on the Hill, they got GR people coming through their door every minute, every day, wanting something from them. And to them, it's just another body. When you bring that police chief, fire chief, that mayor, that city manager into their office and go, I'm your constituent, and I'm here, and we knew that, that whole dynamic changes. So as you look at the future, the power of the first responders, the public safety community to stand together and to be there on the Hill is unstoppable. That if you decide you want to do something, this whole thing took 3 years. It wasn't easy, but you can accomplish whatever you determine is best for public safety if you've got the right issue going to the Hill with everybody standing together.
Yes, and to Dick's point, we were treated as lobbyists initially when we tried to do this. And that was a mistake because cops and firefighters are not lobbyists. And they underestimated our ability to influence this and to project our influence at this. And it's amazing, one time I think, Harlan would testify in front of a committee, Chris would tell Dick, and I was testifying one day, and I won't name the congressman that picked on me or what state he's from, but I got finished that day, and Jeff wasn't there, and I called him up. He says, how'd it go? I said, nah, you know, it's one guy. He goes, really? From where, right? So it's amazing what you can accomplish when you surround a congressman's office in his home state with fire trucks, let me tell you.
So Dick talked a little bit about being edgy. We were a little bit. We had a little bit of an attitude, to be sure, just because we were frustrated when people wouldn't listen to us. So we took it upon ourselves to surround the Capitol, and I say that really carefully because of the events of the coming week, what might happen here. But we did it politely with fire trucks and police cars and whatnot. We didn't circle it completely, but we made our presence known. And it was funny how, I'm not sure we had the right permit. I'm told that we were all
did
there.
not.
Yeah, so
We had a lot of
nonetheless,
permits, but we were missing one.
yeah, we were. And they said, as long as you don't park it on the street, just put it on the sidewalk, you're going to be fine. Anyway, long story is we had John McCain came out after the Senate hearing. It was right after Senate hearing because it was a mid-July day and we're all wearing dark blue wool. It was hotter than heck and it was, you know, humid. It was miserable. But both John McCain and Joe Lieberman came out and spoke very eloquently in front of the camera saying how important it was. It was just, you know, literally piece by piece by piece till we could get the right critical mass. We got the White House, we got, you know, the House side, then we got the Senate side, and we had everybody on there. And then it was a matter of how the heck do you pay for it? And that was a different story that we'll see again. At the end of the day is it our job to figure it out? No. This is a national priority or it's not. And if it is, how do you fund it? It ended up being funding with AWS-3 Spectrum as a Spectrum auction. It worked out great. I just, look, people call it lightning in a bottle. How did we get it done? At the end of the day, it was just hard work and the dedication of a whole lot of people in this room, not just up here, but in this room, to make it happen, and we're appreciative of that.
Yeah, just one of those stories is that we decided that one of our problems was Kay Bailey Hutchins. You know, this is, anytime you have a bill up there, if the D's say we're doing it, the R's don't want, you know, typical stuff we see in the press every day. So so we've got the vice president and we've got Jay Rockefeller supporting it. Kay Bailey wanted nothing to do with it. So a couple of the things we did is, well, the one key thing we did is we decided we were going to have constituents call her office, say, we support it. We pushed out emails to hundreds of people inside of Texas, and they're getting phone calls like off the hook. And I get a call from somebody in her office, goes, Dick, we get your point. Okay, we're there. Have everybody stop calling. I said, sorry, that's not how it works. We asked them to call the noon your time, and you know, just, you know, you're still getting calls. But we use that effort, again, of constituents to motivate grassroots politics. So, you know, one of the things, I'll start with the closing and then pass it on down, but one of the things I want to point out here in closing is that, you know, there's a lot of people that are going to have to follow behind us. One of the things that I think AT&T has done that's very admirable is they have stood up this whole group of people within their policy team of former first responders. You know, Ryan Birchnell is one of those people. They've got a whole group of people that are there to help them understand what your needs are. They're there kind of as translators to help shape the product and shape where it's going. You've got people who were part of that building the whole idea, like Scott Agnew, who's going to be there for the future, who's committed to public safety. You've got people like Jason Porter, who's in there with military experience and understanding what mission critical is. Chris Sambar, who was one of the first senior VPs, who was Special Forces. So they have really taken on the whole idea of public safety and building that mindset within the company so that it's always there to help represent you so that you've got not only people at the authority to talk to, because remember that authority board is made up of public safety people. FirstNet is FirstNet Authority. There's first responders on that board. They're there. As I remind people, when you're paying your FirstNet bill, that's going to help fund the network. It's not going out there to do other stuff. That is your network.
So Dick, just so Madam Chair is here, so we'll do a real quick closeout. So JJ?
Yeah, just real quick, just listen, as I said before, remember folks in public safety, this is your network. Thanks.
Chris, if you don't mind, I think I'll give the chairwoman an intro, pass it to you, who will wrap that up. Does that work?
So for our panel here, please give them a round of applause or something for them.
Mentioned that that Representative Peter King, Representative Greg Walden, and Senator Rockefeller were the three most prominent folks that introduced legislation to cause FirstNet to happen. The FCC chairwoman, Jessica Rosenworcel, was working in Senator Rockefeller's office at the time, and you heard us mention her before. But one of the things that we always appreciated about the chairwoman is that she was extremely efficient with her meetings. She was very candid with us about what was good about our idea and what probably wouldn't work, and she would take the time to explain to us why those things wouldn't work. So we didn't ever leave that office just feeling like we went to a meeting. We left that office feeling like someone was trying to help us solve our own problems. And I can say definitively, there are less than a handful of people that we touched over this period of time that you never questioned whether they were here for public safety. And Chairwoman of the FCC, Jessica Rosenworcel, was one of those people that just we never felt like she had any motive other than to just help the senator help public safety. Chris, if you'd take the introduction.
So it is, first of all, a privilege for both Jeff and myself to introduce the chair of the FCC, Jessica Rosenworcel. Please hear it. There are many more, ma'am.
I think it's just because I have stories from 10 years ago.
That she does.
All right, good afternoon. It is great to be with so many public safety heroes today, and it is a little warm in this room, isn't it? You're all in uniform and jackets. Boy, all right, I'm feeling it too. But I want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Chris Moore, Jeff Johnson, for that kind introduction. You know, last October, actually, Chief Johnson was a panelist for a field hearing we held at the Federal Communications Commission on network recovery following disasters. And he shared his firsthand experience from fighting fires and his ideas about what we can do to enable our communications networks to truly be there for us when we need them most. And I'm glad that today I can reciprocate just a little bit and speak at this event with so many of you and so many public safety leaders. So, this event is a celebration of FirstNet's 10-year anniversary, and that is a big milestone. Now, the truth is, we might not have had a first anniversary, let alone a 10th, without the work that so many people in this room did to rally legislators, companies, first responders, and the public at large to create something truly remarkable: a secure, nationwide communications network for public safety. So thanks to your efforts, 10 years ago, as you know, Congress created the First Responder Network Authority and helped build just that. And the last 10 years, I think, have proved the point, because FirstNet has grown to become a vital partner for public safety, and the numbers alone show how far we've come. It's now a network with more than 3 million connections, nearly 3 million square miles covered, and more than 19,000 public safety agencies participating nationwide. So, beyond the numbers, what does that mean? Well, you know, FirstNet, the network it uses, it's unique. It's dedicated nationwide to prioritizing public safety communications during emergency. And on top of this, its deployable assets are used to help boost connectivity after storms and other disasters. And we have more than our fair share of those. Plus, FirstNet services are now being used at COVID-19 testing centers, field hospitals, and incident command posts. Now, at the FCC, I feel like we have to work hard to match this energy level on public safety. And over the past year, I just want to comb over a few of the things we've been able to get done to make sure that public safety is better informed, better resourced, and better prepared. In March, just a year ago, we adopted a new framework for sharing outage information with state, federal, and tribal public safety agencies so they could improve situational awareness and save lives. In April, we proposed new rules to make 911 call centers and the public get timely information about network disruptions that cut off 911 service. And in June, we adopted new policies to help 911 fee diversion. We want to bring that practice to a stop. And as some of you may know, that's when states put a line item on your phone bill and say that the money goes to 911, but then they turn around and use it for other purposes. It's not right, it's not fair, and we shortchange public safety in the process. In August, we worked with FEMA to conduct a nationwide test of wireless emergency alerts, and in September, we started a rulemaking to better understand evolving threats to 911 call centers, including ransomware and cybersecurity threats. And in October, we started a rulemaking to consider network resiliency after Commissioner Carr and I toured storm damage from Hurricane Ida in Louisiana. And I bring that up to point out that bipartisanship can still exist in Washington. But here's the thing about anniversaries. They're an opportunity to reassess the past, take stock of the present, and think a little bit about the future. So that's what I want to do with you today. I want to kick off my remarks with a look back, share some thoughts on what we're doing with the present, and then leave you with a big idea for the future. First, a lesson from the past. It's really impossible to discuss this anniversary without also remembering one of our most difficult days. The events of 9/11 left an indelible mark on this country, and in my family, as some of you may know, that mark is personal because we lost a relative in the Twin Towers. What strikes me now is how those attacks drew us together as a nation. We united in inexplicable grief and shared sorrow. But we also saw how the worst brought out the best in us, and we're forever grateful for the heroism of so many first responders who ran toward danger and saved the lives of so many more. Now, it's hard to believe it's been nearly 2 decades since that day, and 2 decades since we learned that when emergency personnel came from all over to help in this unimaginable crisis, they could not effectively communicate with one another because each jurisdiction had its own communications protocols. It was those failures 20 years ago that put us on course to this moment and this celebration today. That's pretty extraordinary. But this experience also confirms just how hard it can be to advance public safety. It takes patience and perseverance. I mean, you can just do the math here. FirstNet was born out of a recommendation from the 9/11 Commission report, which came out in 2004. FirstNet wasn't authorized by Congress until 2012. It's not higher level math, but you could see 8 years. And in my lifetime, no other event has done more to unite this country and galvanize support for policy responses. But still, it took 8 years. Now, I know you know how hard it was. After all, I did have a front row seat because, as Chief Johnson mentioned, I served as counsel to the Senate Commerce Committee and Senator Jay Rockefeller, who helped lead the charge and see that FirstNet came to be. Now, as I mentioned ago, this effort to develop FirstNet was informed by the 9/11 Commission report, but I actually think the fundamental idea goes back much further, all the way back to the Communications Act of 1934. In the very first sentence of that law, Congress instructed the FCC to make available to all people of the United States a rapid, efficient, nationwide, and worldwide wire and radio communication service in order to promote the safety of life and property. Think about that. 88 years ago, when congressional leaders were establishing our first expert agency on communications technology, they understood that promoting public safety should be central to the mission of this new body. It's not just that I think they were right. I think that those words resonate today now more than ever. So remember this, it takes time to launch a public safety initiative. It takes a community, but as we've learned, it's worth the effort. So now on to the present. If the past taught us that we need to bring public safety along as we transition to next generation technologies, then we need to make sure we are heeding that lesson in the here and now. I'm proud to say the FCC is making efforts to do just that. 2 years ago, over my objection, the agency decided that public safety no longer needed airwaves in the 4.9 gigahertz band to support their mission. And under new rules, state licensees could kick first responders off of these airwaves and lease them to others. just to generate revenue. The public safety community thought this was a bad idea, and so did I. After all, for 2 decades since 9/11, it has been government policy to increase opportunities for interoperability for first responders, and these new rules would have reversed that trend by reducing public safety communications interoperability and further fragmenting equipment markets. This would set us back. So in one of my first actions as chairwoman of the FCC, we vacated these earlier rules. At the same time, we kicked off a new rulemaking to think big about the future of the 4.9 gigahertz band with public safety front of mind. For starters, we asked how we could use this spectrum to advance public safety access to newer technologies like 5G. And we've got new ideas to make it happen. We're exploring priority and preemption for first responders, excess capacity leasing to create new commercial opportunities, and shared access models like the Citizens Broadband radio service. We've compiled a comprehensive record in this proceeding, and actually we're reviewing it right now. Now, I'm convinced there are creative opportunities for this spectrum that will help us expand our 5G future and bring public safety communications along too. So to recap, we've learned lessons about public safety from the past, and I think we've corrected course in the present. Now, I want to talk about how we can build on this for the future. With FirstNet, we are remaking our first responder networks for the digital age. Now I think we need a plan to remake our 911 systems for the digital age too. After all, a public safety network is only as powerful as the networks that allow all of us to reach emergency services in the first place. And let's face it, our 911 systems need an upgrade. There are now more than 6,000 911 call centers across the country, and many of them use legacy technology that was really built for an era when most communications involved a curly cord and a jack in the wall. Plus, 911 outages have become far too common. In 2014, more than 6,000 emergency calls went unanswered because of a multi-state outage that affected more than 11 million people in Washington, North Carolina, South Carolina, Minnesota, California, Florida, and Pennsylvania. In 2017, there was a social media post with a link targeting faulty phone software that caused people's cell phones to repeatedly call 911 in cities across the country in what some investigators say was the largest cyber attack on the country's 911 system. Now, during this time, emergency call centers in at least a dozen states were overwhelmed for 2 days. And in the fall of 2020, 911 services went down again in 14 states, some for as long as an hour and a half. And later that summer, in the same year, we saw a nationwide outage that resulted in more than 23,000 calls to 911 not reaching emergency call centers. So let me just submit to you, we can do better than this. We have led the world in wireless. The digital revolution began here on our shores. I think we should lead in emergency communications too. That means it's time to make the switch nationwide to next generation 911 systems. After all, next generation 911 means better support for voice, text, data, and video communications, and with more opportunities for redundancy to prevent outages too. It can mean the opportunity to offer real-time video of the emergency. It can mean the opportunity to provide first responders with instantaneous pictures. It can mean the ability to send along a patient's medical records to 911 dispatchers. And for those who take calls in an emergency, all of this data would inform public safety efforts and dramatically improve public safety emergency response. Okay, so here's the challenge. These kind of 911 investments, they don't come cheap. And for the thousands of communities across the country that have to do these upgrades, it's not clear where the support to make them will come from. But I think there's a way to do this, so let me explain how. Back in 2012, as you know, Congress gave the FCC authority to use innovative spectrum auction to help usher more spectrum into commercial wireless markets. The spectrum auction that was held in the 600 megahertz band took full advantage of this authority and then did one better. Because after auctioning the public airwaves off, we set aside the revenue raised for public safety. This was the seed funding for FirstNet. And if you recall, under the law, the first $7 billion in revenue raised from this auction went to set up our first nationwide network for first responders. It was FirstNet. It was a terrific idea, and it's the network we're here celebrating today. I think it's time to do something similar for 911. Historically, our nation's 911 systems have been updated through fees on bills and a mix of town, county, and state funding measures. But as with first responder communications, it's time for a nationwide digital upgrade. This is a generational change that needs billions in broader support. So take note. The FCC's authority to auction spectrum is scheduled to expire at the end of this fiscal year. For the accounting types, that's September 30th, 2022. Now is the time for Congress to develop legislation to extend it, so the agency can continue to offer airwaves for new commercial uses and power our wireless future. But it can go one better and copy the model used to create FirstNet. It can take the first set of funds raised from our next auctions and use them to support a nationwide upgrade of 911. Once again, we would be using the auction of public airwaves to support public safety. And the funds would flow to every state and jurisdiction with 911 call centers to help make next generation 911 a reality nationwide. You can think of it this way. This is next generation spectrum for next generation 911. Like with FirstNet, this idea for public safety spectrum, well, it's going to take some time. It will take some perseverance, and it will take work to develop this idea with legislators, companies, first responders, and the public, though you do already have one regulator on board. But it's worth the effort because 600,000 people a day call 911. So many of them dial when disaster strikes, the unthinkable occurs, and when they need help in the most fundamental way. Every one of those calls should be answered by a call center with full access to digital age technologies. Every one of those calls should be answered using next generation 911. And 10 years from now, if we are successful, maybe we can reconvene this group to celebrate the anniversary of another major leap forward for public safety communications. And I look forward to working with you to make that happen. Thank you.
You have a few minutes to take a couple questions?
Sure.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is leadership right there, front and center, representing and supporting public safety. That's why you heard all the things you heard from all of us, that how valuable she is to our country, but to public safety in particular. I have a couple questions. She's graciously consented to answer a couple questions from the room in the short time we have left. One of them has to do with, well, it's more of a statement and a question. You mentioned the bipartisan nature of what you do. Let's be real. In order to get, you had a 2-2 commission. You took over as the chair, the acting chair, and yet you were able to get folks on the other side to come and say, this is a different viewpoint from things you just voted on. You had members on the other side that just voted to vote the other way. That's a real testament to you, but just, is bipartisanship dead? And it sure doesn't sound like it if you got the right leaders.
I think if you're in public service, you got to be an optimist. You got to go in every day believing you can make things a little bit better. And if you take that attitude, you don't have time for the criticism and snark that says that you'll never find a bipartisan partner in progress. So I go into work every day trying to find that opportunity and make that happen. And I think you should expect that from people in Washington, because it's going to be the only way to get things done.
It's rare to hear that kind of ground truth, but that's what it's all about, particularly the FCC. Now, I will say this about her. She challenged us because there are things, she's responsible not just looking after us, it's the whole country. And when you come down to it, she said, look, there are other considerations here. Let's talk about use. To have fallow spectrum, as we all know, for those in this room, that's a sin. It's a mortal sin. You don't do that. So what you want to do is find a path forward that serves the need of public safety with priority, when we have found that we can do that, and yet at the same time, bring back opportunity for the commercial sector to do it. So it's just not all about, hey, embrace public safety. It's being smart about how we do it. So we have a couple minutes here for questions. If anybody in the room, Martha's got a mic that we're going to walk around to anybody. This is, hey, a rare opportunity to address the Madam Chair.
Just raise your hand. Oh, lovely. Can I squeeze through? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Is this on? Oh, thank you, Chair. Karima Holmes out of DC, out of the FirstNet board. Nice to see you again. Thank you for those words. So one of the things that Chief Carrizo always asks, and I want to ask you, is the last piece of your talk, you talked about Next Gen 911, and obviously I'm very passionate about that, but what can we do, not just FirstNet board, but the authority, those of us that support FirstNet, what can we do to help make that come to life? Because I think that's definitely needed.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate all you did at DC's 911 as a DC resident, and more generally for being in public service for so long. Well, I made note of an important date there, September 30th, 2022. Congress will have to choose whether or not to extend the FCC's authority to auction off our airwaves, right? That's the stuff you don't see above us that powers all of our phones and devices. And the agency has had that authority since 1994, and periodically it has to be renewed. One of the big times it was renewed last was with FirstNet. And in exchange for renewing it and directing the auction of certain spectrum, we had funds reserved to start our nation's first public safety network. And what I'm saying now is that it's time to organize and build a movement around that date, that we can have next generation auction authority if we have next generation 911. And I think that building a movement like this is not easy, but you see, you're all sitting in this room, so I know you've done it before. And success like one time is sweet, but it's even sweeter if you can produce it another time. And if we can look back and say, it took decades, but we made generational change in the way that public safety communications takes place in this country, I think that's worth the effort. So developing policies and finding ways to interact with Congress associated with that date, building on the model from FirstNet, I think that these ideas are all available, and there are probably a lot of folks in the public safety community who are ready to get going on them.
Thank you for that answer. Any other questions? We've got time for maybe one or two. I cannot believe a crowd there. Guys, see you tentative. Put your hand up. There you go.
Hi, Chairwoman. My name is Tim Bryan. I was appointed to the inaugural board of FirstNet for the first 3 years, heavily involved in the initial procurement, which has been a tremendous success, how the procurement ultimately played itself out, particularly financially for the government. Do you see this as an example that could be replicated? I don't know of many other sort of public-private boards that have been set up inside the United States government to carry out these sorts of things, but I would urge the Commission and others that it could be carried out with great effect for other topics as well as public safety. Thanks.
That's a terrific point. I don't think I have more to add on, but I think that the more successful that FirstNet is able to become, the more likely we're going to see this model used elsewhere.
Okay, our final question is going to come from Chief Kim Zagaris. Now, people ought to understand that your colleague, Commissioner Carr, dubbed him a national treasure. So here's the national treasure for you.
It's not necessarily a question. It's more of an issue here. It's easier to extend legislation than it is to go make legislation. That's what I would tell you all right now. And so we'd be crazy not to get behind the issue, start moving it now, and getting the right leaders in the legislature, congressionally, to move it. Again, easier to extend legislation than it will be to go back after the date and get new legislation.
Thank you very much.
You know, spoken like someone who knows what he's talking about. There you go.
So with that, there are no other questions. I think we're right on time. We really appreciate the chairwoman's time, your commitment to public safety, everything you do, and more importantly, the encouragement that you've given to all of us, not only on FirstNet in the years past when you were on the House staff, but also in your role, your leadership role today, but into the future. You know, we all don't know how long it's going to take to get Next Gen 911 done. Some of us thought it should have been done years ago, but at the end of the day, we're there, we're on our way, we're going to make sure that...
Optimism.
Yeah,
I said
optimism, that's right.
optimism.
So please, ladies and gentlemen, give a hand for the chair. So we do realize, as she pointed out, it's hot in here. So folks, if you're worried about taking your coat off, please do. We've asked them to turn down the AC a little bit, but don't think for a second if you need to take your coat off. It's probably a good thing. You got to say, look, that was amazing. This is somebody who has got our back, who's been there the whole time. And just because it just come across the wire earlier today, if I can get my phone to work again, Congresswoman Fletcher and Congressman Val Demings, if you have not heard, just introduced legislation today to extend to permanent status the authorization for FirstNet. That's huge. Remember, we had a 10-year window to start, and we still got a little bit of time here, or 15 or whatever it was, I guess. But it works. What you guys have done has worked. It's deserving of reauthorization, and there's a bill out there. So when you hear the chairwoman say, look, it's all about advocacy, it's all about speaking your mind and taking a stand, now's the time to start doing that. You ask what we can do to help, that's what we can do to help. We'll talk about that in the future, but that's big news today. We heard about 911, Next-Gen 911, we heard about reauthorization. Those are all huge things. So we are pretty much right on time. So what I'd like to do at this point is call up our next panel. And the title of this panel is going to be Delivering on FirstNet's Promise to Public Safety. And this is Ed Parkinson's panel, so thank you, Ed. Yeah, there you go. Sure, why not? Please. And also like to introduce certainly the FirstNet Authority Vice Chair and Chair of the Southern Platte Fire District in Kansas City, Missouri, Rich Carrizo, who you may have met, and then Mayor Stephen Benjamin, who is the current FirstNet Chair President. We appreciate your service, sir, and your service as mayor in Charleston, South Carolina.
Columbia.
Columbia. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. The title of the session is Never to Follow, Chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel.
Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Chairman, how are you, brother?
And then I'm going to turn over to Ed here briefly, but again, I mentioned it before. There are a lot of folks that deserve credit. None more he's no longer a young man, but he was a young man back then. He looks young, but he was a guy who got it right away, somebody who'd never worn a uniform, but clearly understood where we were coming. So with Ed, with our thanks, I'm going to turn the panel over to you.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. Good to see everyone. To echo the mayor, you don't want to follow that, do you? And you got a nice promotion there Chris gave you, president. No, so that's a good start. But it's terrific to see everyone here today. Thank you, first of all, for being here. Everyone is busy. Everyone has things going on, but I really just appreciate all of you taking your time, having traveled in. It's so good to see so many men and women in uniform. Thank you so much to all the public safety users here today. There are a few other quick shout-outs we've had today. The FirstNet board, who's in presence today. I see Karima. We've got Sheriff Peter Catuccian over there, my esteemed panelists. Obviously, we've got former board members too. I'll come to in a moment. We've got Paul Patrick here, in from Utah. Paul, always a pleasure, sir. Karima, again, thanks for everything you're doing too. Former board members, we've got Chuck Dowd, we've got Jeff Johnson, we've got Kevin McGinnis as well, and then Tim Bryan, who just asked a question previously to the chair. And we've got the AT&T team who are in the presence today, but especially for me, I'd like to welcome and acknowledge all the FirstNet Authority team members who are here today. It's terrific to see all of you, and the FirstNet Authority, really those unsung heroes behind the scenes who keep advocating for public safety no matter what, and to see all of you here today is fantastic. Morgan O'Brien received a shout out again, but Morgan, again, I mean the PSST, that was where the idea started. And then I'd be remiss without specifically mentioned by name Harlan McEwen, who really, when it comes to all things communications and public safety, there's no one in the United States history who's done more for public safety communications than Harlan. So Harlan, thank you very much for it. We've gone through the history. We've had a great time going down memory lane a little bit, and we're going to shift gears somewhat here with our current chair, Steve Benjamin, and Chief Rich Carrizo. I'll just dive straight in. I think, Mayor, with you, if we'll start. I want, if you don't mind, could you just, this might be a good opportunity. You've had a couple of board meetings now, but this is your first sort of in-person with a larger group. Tell us a little bit more about your background and what drew you to the FirstNet program.
No, this is like teaching my class when you walk into a room and everyone in the room knows more about what you're talking about than you do. That's always an interesting challenge. Really excited to be here. I mean, what an auspicious occasion. It's good to see you, Ms. McEwen. I mean, having the opportunity the last several months to read about so many of you in this room and now to be honored with the opportunity to actually be with you face to face, mask to mask in our nation's capital. I was privileged, obviously, long before serving a decade as mayor of Columbia. My wife wishes I was mayor of Charleston, okay? Whole nother story, whole nother story. Her mother's hometown. To serve as the chief of our state's second largest law enforcement agency, and our former governor, Jim Hodges, 650 sworn, 950 employees, and to be introduced for the very first time as a very young man to the role and responsibilities and the sacred obligation of men and women who run towards danger when everyone else is running in the other direction. I remember my very first warrant service out in the middle of the night with the men and women who were trying to take some pretty dangerous characters off the street, and developing a deep appreciation that stayed with me until I left the agency literally 10 days before 9/11, embarking upon my very first political endeavor to become Attorney General of South Carolina. I came in second in that job, in that race, but never lost a passion and a love and respect for men and women who wore the badge. I'm fortunate enough to have the opportunity to serve the city that I love in 2010, and we spent over a decade investing heavily in 21st century policing, increased our police department budget by over 90% over the course of that time, investing in making sure that the men and women in our police department had the resources they need, our fire department had the resources they need, our 911 and emergency comms folks had the resources they need, and understanding as we signed on as a FirstNet city, understanding that hard work, dedication will get you but so far. If we're not in the 21st century leveraging technology to make us all better, as General Powell would say, as a force multiplier, make us better at what we do, more responsive at what we do, then we would certainly be remiss in not achieving our goals. We were excited to sign on as a FirstNet city. It was 4 years after probably the most challenging natural disaster that we'd faced in our city, 2015. We were hit with a 1,000-year flood. And so many of you more and more regrettably are going through natural disasters and also man-made disasters. What happens when 12 trillion gallons of water falls on the Carolinas over a period of a couple of weeks? We had 45 dams fail, 541 roads damaged or closed, all within 24 hours. In one day alone, almost 7,000 911 calls and almost 3,000 requests for service, and we lost 19 precious lives. And to help us understand exactly what our heightened responsibility needed to be as we dealt with both man-made and natural disasters. As I stepped into this responsibility with the appointment of Secretary Raimondo, it really reminded me of probably the greatest lessons my grandmother and my dad taught me, my mama too, she'd be mad if I didn't say her, my mom too, over time. But you know, God gives you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You're supposed to listen twice as much as you talk. And FirstNet, every single day, needs to continue to listen to first responders, listen to each and every one of you, and continue to work with our partners at AT&T to build a service that's bespoke for each and every one of you that makes your job better, makes your job easier, ensures that not only can you respond to the men and women that you sworn to protect, but that we do our duty to make sure that each and every one of you gets home safely every single day as well. It's an honor to be here with you, and I'm thankful to each and every one of you for your service. I will say this because I'm going to forget to say it at the end if I do not say it. 10 years is an auspicious occasion. I'm looking forward to 20 and 30. History will treat the men and women in this room well. So often now we have very short memories and we don't think about posterity. We should be thinking about it right now. The work that you've done to bring us to this point is a very big deal. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of the FirstNet Authority board, on behalf of our incredible staff, our amazing vice chairman who keeps me straight every single day and serves as my mentor on the board. Just thank you for all that you've done and all that we will continue to do as we stay on this mission, this journey together. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate the words there. I think it's also important. Secretary Raimondo, in the statute, the Secretary of Commerce appoints the board. And when she was the governor of Rhode Island, was a heavy FirstNet user, has been terrifically supportive of the program ever since she stepped into the role. So again, just from the authority's perspective, appreciate and welcome the support, certainly from the secretaries as well as NTIs and everyone else at the department. It's been a good shift. You know, Rich, the mayor talked a little bit about the evolution of, you know, how things have occurred for public safety. You're a fire chief. You've really seen a lot over the years. How have things changed with FirstNet? Could you explain a little bit more about that?
Sure. Before I start, I want to thank everybody because I've heard this too. I want to thank all the past board members that are here today. I don't know if I realized how many were going to be here. Some I've never met, but I just want to thank you for laying this street and this highway for all us to stay within. And I just want to put that gratitude out and thank you very much first. Well, as I think about that, you know, the secretary, excuse me, not the secretary, the chairwoman had explained we just had 9/11. That was 20 years ago. Then we're here for 10 years ago for FirstNet. But I don't think what everybody's remembering is that this phone, FirstNet was really being introduced and signed before this phone was ever introduced. It's just, it isn't even at 10 years. It's coming up later on this year. So when we talk about applications, I don't think anybody thought applications like we think about applications today, especially in public safety and what we're expecting today and into the future. We were thinking of software issues and how the software would assist with our communications. Not that we'd be walking around with these and this would be FirstNet. Never. And so when we look at the evolution of it, and even I've always preached that it's going to take a generation to get rid of the blocks on the side of with their nice leather and their names written on it. It's going to take an evolution for people to just move to these. It just is. It's where we're at today. I'm sure most in the room remember. I see some younger faces too that probably don't, but we started with the squawk boxes and the old Plectron systems to get notified, and then we moved to the block pagers, and when they were voice activated, we hit a home run. And from where we're at today is just totally different. And as we move into mission critical data that comes in for us to make decisions on scenes, from law enforcement, from EMS side, from PD side, from emergency management. Here we're also putting them in bus drivers for schools. That's unheard of. That is public safety also, to take care of everybody in the United States.
It's so true, and you have to think a little bit about that's what we've seen in the past and what we have today. Where things are going to go in the future is tremendously exciting, because it's not so much about the work that we've done up to this point. It's about building it for the next step. And you know, Steve, that might be a good question for you in terms of, you know, you're the new board chair. You found your feet now in the program. Tell us a little bit about what you envisage for, maybe not so much the network, but where you hope that the program will go in the years to come.
Well, I think obviously event after event serves as an opportunity to learn how do we become more nimble, more flexible, more resilient, make sure our systems are more redundant and responsive to, I mean, some of the challenges we faced over the last year alone, I think begs reason for each and every one of us. I mean, it's just that much of a challenge. So how do we continue to invest, make strategic investments in the system, leveraging our partnership to make sure that our system is resilient and responsive to the needs of the men and women who use it every single day, to listen closely to the PSAC and all of our other partner organizations to make sure that we're building something that stands the test of time. I do want to dispute one comment made earlier. Someone said that firefighters were not good lobbyists. That's BS, okay? Firefighters, police officers, 911, if you want to get something done, you go to women and men who wear the badge. Folks who aren't doing it for personal gain or resources, but people who truly want to serve, you get it done. And I hope and pray everything starts with reauthorization. I think making sure we don't take our eyes off the ball and we walk before we run again is the key. But continue to build out a resilient, responsive network that meets the needs of urban, suburban, and rural communities is the key here. I think that's been key to the success, and we got to remain focused in that regard.
We saw that. Our board was actually out in New Mexico just a few weeks ago at our most recent board meeting. We had the privilege of visiting the Navajo Nation, which was quite remarkable to see how that community has really struggled to just get basic connectivity, and the progress we've seen with the deployment of FirstNet and the needs of public safety in those communities, how that too has changed and how that's evolved. And I think that rural piece that you mentioned is key. And we've had that with Tim Bryan. I mentioned he was here earlier. The focus on the rural mandates that Congress put into our legislation, all of these things show the emphasis is not just about what we need to do in urban and metropolitan areas, but very much so in where things are occurring in the rural parts of the community. And that comes really back to the growth of the marketplace, Rich. We've seen the numbers, we've seen how this has evolved. Talk to us a little bit about how you've seen the market, how public safety has leveraged the technology from your perspective.
I'm going to go right back to apps real quick. So with 190 apps out there, you have these people sitting around. Well, I guess the firefighters sit around more than the cops. The cops will tell you they work harder, but I don't really believe it's so. But mainly the firefighters are coming up with all these new apps and sending them off, making sure that they work. That's how this is going to change and develop, is the younger crowd developing these applications of how we can use them in public safety to protect our communities better. It's that simple. We continue to see the natural disasters, the hurricanes, the tornadoes, the flooding, the snowstorms. Who would have thought we'd be digging out generators a long time ago? It's happening. It's here. You don't hear anybody talking about the fires or the hostage situations anymore. It's all the natural disasters that we're dealing with on a continuous basis. We hear from AT&T at our board of how often our deployable program goes out, and how that partnership is just an incredible partnership. Of one of the things that was promised a long time ago when this started was how the partnership is developed and how we help public safety. The deployables is one of our primary and best advocates for FirstNet completely. Our new compact rapid deployable. Thank you very much. Wonderful. I was very fortunate to see that during a tour and just amazed, and that was when we started buying these. That's another avenue. If you think about how COVID, I know we're going to talk about a little bit about COVID a little bit later with another panel, so I won't steal much of their thunder, but just to see what happened through COVID and how these deployables were set up to help systems and communities come together to get people tested, to get them through life. And then if you move on to Karima's area of 911, who would have thought a 911 operator could sit at home and do their job? Never would I have thought that my entire career we could have done that. But we did it, and still doing it today. That's progress. That's what public safety wants to hear and see. Moving on to the Z-axis. We could go on all day of where we can take a building and know exactly where a first responder is in that building on the height side. We knew longitude and latitude, but we didn't know height. Now we have the height ability. It just continues on and on. I can sit here and keep going, but I'm not. I know we're tight for time.
No, we actually made a believer of Ed Horowitz, our former board chair, about working from home pre-pandemic. He absolutely refused the idea of working from home. Now even someone like Ed believes it, so shout out to Ed. And I just want to give credit, I think Fred Scalera from the AT&T ROG team. This is a gentleman who we got to know when he was a single point of contact out in the state of New Jersey. He was doing a hell of a lot of work. He's now with the AT&T team. But what that ROG team does is nothing short of remarkable. It's now ROG has been integrated into the way that public safety thinks about responses. Our PSAC chair, Chris Lombard, is here. When I was in Seattle a few weeks ago, we talked about the response on how those assets, those deployable assets, are leveraged not only by Seattle PD but others, and it's really, really important. And I think Mayor Benjamin, this is what you were saying, the feedback of public safety. That's that ongoing. It's integral to everything we have to do in order to advance the network.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not only Ed. My dad, who's a big knuckle contractor, still does not believe you can work from home and work. That's a whole nother story. Yes, we've got to make sure that every single day we're listening to public safety. Every single day we're listening to men and women who are working their tails off to make sure our communities remain safe. If you're going to build a great city, a strong city, a great community, quite frankly, you have to have a safe community first before it is a predicate to prosperity all day long. And it's so interesting now. This has been a bit of a learning curve for me. I've served as president of the United States Conference of Mayors, president of the African American Mayors Association, former vice chair of the Global Parliament of Mayors. My 14-year-old says, "Dad, next to Galaxy," whatever happens to be. But the learning curve of understanding the needs of suburban communities and again rural communities that much more. I've always thought, although my focus has been on the metropolitan areas, the dense areas that we live in, many of us in here live in every single day. I always thought it was wrong, fundamentally wrong, that people would have to leave the communities in which they were born, raised, that share their culture every single day, to go to the cities just in search of economic opportunity. We are now at a point where leveraging technology, working closely with each and every one of you, where we can use this wonderful bipartisan support and investment in building out robust communities that allow people to be safe and connected in their own communities. But we can only build that, again, in a truly bespoke manner if, in fact, we're listening every single day. So I just want to encourage you that we have, I'm so impressed with the men and women I serve with on the FirstNet Authority board, and some of our former members who speak to us fairly regularly. Thank you.
Whether we want to hear or not.
Hey. Technology connects you. Thank you, Jeff and Sue in particular. It's been a wonderful learning experience. And again, I just think that when you're constantly listening and you have the attitude of that the chairwoman spoke of earlier, that you got to be an optimist. And in reality, in my faith tradition, the glass it ain't half empty, it ain't half full. My cup runneth over. We are in a wonderful position to get better together if, in fact, we constantly communicate. This process is innovative, it's iterative. We'll figure some stuff out. We'll drop the ball sometimes. We'll pick it back up. We'll work together. But the world in which we're living right now, where technological innovation is just amazingly fast. I mean, we're talking about AI, advanced machine learning, automation, just changing every single day. I mean, I think we're going to look at, just as Rich just mentioned, 10 years from now, we're going to be looking at the innovations now as if we were really just scratching the surface. We have to constantly learn together, and you learn again by listening more than you talk. We are all ears for men and women in public safety. So thank you for your continued advice and counsel.
I've already learned and adopted you listen twice more than you speak at my home. I'm sure everyone in this room will be shocked that my 5-year-old daughter completely dispels that theory, but I'm still trying, so it worked. You know, the expression, if it wasn't for a deadline, nothing would get done. I think, the Chair Rosenworcel was talking a little bit about that as it relates to all the other areas that public safety is focused on in 2022. But in terms of where we are with the future needs and where you see needs going, Rich, I'd be fascinated in your perspective. And where do you see things going, and how do you expect the authority maybe to play a role in that?
Well, as Steve said, and I appreciate everything, especially about his 2 years too, because I had never heard that either till he said that very vocally at a board meeting.
If you hang with my grandmother, we'd have a problem.
No, right. So it is about listening, though. It starts with public safety, and it's, we've always preached that this is a network for public safety, built by public safety, period. And the only way to do that is to continue to listen to public safety on a daily basis, and that's through FirstNet's engagements, that's through our partnership with AT&T and explaining what we're hearing on the field, what they're hearing in the field, and how to move that forward. It goes with our engagement team. It starts with our PSAC. And somebody correct me, but is every chair of the PSAC here today, I believe? With Harlan,
so. Wow.
Paul, Todd, and now Chief Lombard. So I'm glad you're all here, and that's where it starts
Yeah.
with the Peace Act. That's why the Peace Act was developed, was for all those associations to bring back to the board to help make decisions. And then from that, to develop our roadmap, figure out what we're going to do, how we're going to spend that $18 billion over the 25 years in the proper investments, and move that forward to make this the best public safety broadband network.
It's exactly right, and what's going to be fascinating too is, as many of you know, with the 10th anniversary, the GAO just filed their report to Congress. That's going to be out publicly later on this afternoon, and in there's talk about the emphasis on the Peace Act, and this is something that we've really tried to make a big emphasis, and we've spoken about this in the last 6 or so months since Mayor Benjamin came on board. The Peace Act is the front and center of the lifeblood of the voice of public safety, continually being integrated into the FirstNet. It's something that's not going away. It's something we're going to double down on in the weeks and months to come.
And
So
something
I'm
I just,
excited.
sorry.
Okay, good, please.
The only thing I wanted to add was, and we need to continue to work with our local people, our state, and our federal. I mean, this is where that all started. We can't just stick with public safety. We need to listen to all the communities.
And maybe just one point I want to make too, because oftentimes, especially when you get to the Washington, numbers get really big, and sometimes really big numbers seem really big. And the reality is that every single day we're dealing with finite resources. Finite resources. Hopefully, we'll have more resources. I was elected 3 times in Columbia, and I think the main reason was I thought I did a pretty good job, but I never raised taxes. We finished 9 out of the 12 years with a budget surplus, but we continue to invest very wisely in building a strong and a healthy city. Whether you're talking about $7 billion or $18 billion or whatever numbers we're talking about, there's a limited amount of resources available to us right now. So we have to, again, be very strategic in how we deploy those resources. We can only be strategic in deploying those resources if we're fully informed and we're constantly dialoguing. Again, and that's something I'm learning every single day as I sit on the authority board. So again, I just want to use this as maybe the 10th opportunity to encourage each and every one of you to continue to pour into us to make sure that we're doing a good job on your behalf with the resources of the people of the greatest country in the history of the world.
Tough to wrap it up on something like that, but it's true. And the work that it takes a small group of people to change the world. And you just look at those of us in the room who've been fortunate enough to have touched this program. You talk about those who unfortunately aren't here today. There's a couple of my predecessors, Bill D'Agostino, TJ Kennedy, Mike Poth, who had the pleasure of working with all 3 of them as they ran this program. I'm fortunate to be here. Whoever will follow us in the future, you said it. History will be kind to those in this room, and to have played just a small part of it, it's a privilege of a lifetime, and I really do appreciate that. Any final thoughts before we wrap it up?
I think I'm good. Keep on time.
2 most powerful words in the English language are thank you.
Yes.
Thank you to all
Can't say
of
enough.
you for your work. God bless you.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. So thank you, Ed, and to our panelists. I'm going to say something a little bit about the Peace Act, and it goes back to what Dick mentioned at the first panel, which is everything we did was thought out, or at least we thought it did. We didn't think of everything. That which we did think of, we thought out. One of those things was the Peace Act. We were asked what would be the ideal governing board for FirstNet. They were going to do what they were going to do anyway, but they wanted our feedback, our input. And we knew it had to have a serious public safety component to it, but we also needed people who had financial experience, people who had wireless experience. All of those things had to be on the board. We didn't know what the total composition was going to look like, but what we did insist upon was a group, the Peace Act, that had the technical expertise to advise the board. And we've had some incredible chairs to start with. Certainly Harlan, you know, everybody knows Harlan as the quintessential person to lead that first effort. But Todd, your efforts in moving that forward before your retirement, we thank you. And for Chris, you know, It's on your shoulders, buddy. That's all I got to tell you. Don't screw it up. I know you're a firefighter, but we can get through that. Don't worry about it. No, it's one of those things you can't have, unless you got the expertise behind you, it's not going to be successful. So speaking of success, and I don't know if we lost Harlan, because our next panel is really about FirstNet progress report. And a couple folks you've already seen and met, but we're a little bit early. But I would like to actually call Jeff Johnson up to help lead this panel, but also Harlan McEwen and Kevin McGinnis. Now, you've already met JJ, you know him, and for those who have not met Kevin McGinnis, Kevin was a state EMS chief up in Maine, and was one of these people that came on to our effort a couple months in at the strong suggestion of Harlan McEwen. I was trying to keep the group small. Everybody wanted to have more people in it, but Kevin turned out to be one of the most thoughtful people to help us lead our effort in trying to get this thing launched. EMS sometimes gets lost under the rubric of, oh, they're just fire. Well, they're not. The state EMS folks around the country have a different viewpoint. It's really important. If you think about the capabilities we have with the broadband network, a dedicated network, the telemedicine that's out there, if you think about what happened during the pandemic, a lot of those thoughts came out of the EMS community, and that was Kevin. It was also Paul Patrick, and I appreciate Paul for his efforts from the beginning as well. Those two key spokespeople for the viewpoint of EMS. I was going to try and stall for Harlan, but if anybody sees Harlan, we can... Hey, he's an elder. He can do that. This is totally understandable. We can actually get started. We have just a minute or so. But again, the moment we... Say again? Roger that. Okay, so this gives me an opportunity to give a microphone to somebody, just because we got a little bit of time here. Where is Jeff? Where's Jeff Bratcher? Where are you? Are you here? I'm going to give you a microphone, which is dangerous, of course. There you go. So my question, again, we don't talk much about PSCR lately, but while we're waiting for Harlan, I'd get to see your thoughts on when we first came to you and we came to Derek to say what we were going to be doing here. What do you guys think? And first of all, thank you for all the efforts that you put in your move over to FirstNet. We're grateful for that. So,
great. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
My chief counsel grabbed my arm as I walked up. He's like, be careful. I'll be fine, Paul. No, the early efforts, I think JJ, Kevin mentioned it earlier, seeing everyone here that's been involved with FirstNet, even before FirstNet existed. The work we did at Public Safety Communications Research was really focused on the initial allocation of spectrum. We had a demo network, if you recall, on how public safety can actually use broadband technology. And there was actually quite a debate between WiMAX, long-term evolution. And public safety decided we want to go with the long-term evolution technology approach. We started a demonstration network, started working with the waiver recipients. Todd Early, where are you at? Remember the waivers? Working on the early broadband projects. So that was a lot of tremendous growth, and it was our honor to support public safety in developing what their needs and translating those into what we could build and put into a network, especially as we moved forward with the FirstNet Authority and releasing the RFP. I always give my kudos to Harlan McEwen. One of the first instances I had as a federal employee was with some other senior engineers that were working on public safety communications. And I'll never forget Harlan standing up, and he's a very shy man. And he said, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You can't do that. So that was my introduction to Harlan and some of his thinking and going back to that. But Chris, thank you. Hopefully, vamped for you well there, and turn it back.
Did a great job. Thank you very much for spelling Harlan there for a bit. I will say this, for those who don't know the PSCR work, that's why we wanted people to hear that. Hopefully they will continue to support FirstNet and all issues public safety. We wouldn't be where we are without them, and they're one of those unsung hero groups that we keep talking about. Now, speaking of some sung and unsung heroes, we talked a little bit about the first principles of FirstNet. When we were saying what was most important to public safety, that was key. And now the panel we're going to have today is talk about FirstNet's progress and how important those first principles are to make sure we stay true to those first principles. And I can think of no better panel than the three gentlemen up here to talk about that. So, JJ, you want to kick it off?
Kevin.
Well, Kevin, let's go ahead and kick it off.
Gladly. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. What a day. 10 years really flies. It's amazing. EMS is back about 15 years, which is as long as I've been thinking about how EMS might do better with a dedicated network. I've always believed that if we had a nationwide public safety broadband network, that EMS would eventually become its most frequent user. And with all of the things that we could do in EMS, if we only had the ability to communicate, not just voice, but patient data, video, CAT scans, MRIs, and other things from the field to the hospital, to put people in the field in touch with the people that can help speed the care, or just to notify people about the patient that they're going to get and that they need to be prepared for. And I want to give you a couple of examples of those. But I think a couple of things that have really accelerated that, or us moving towards that end of becoming more frequent users of the broadband network. One certainly was COVID. We've always appreciated, it's been mentioned here several times today, that the power of priority and preemption is one of the major features of FirstNet. And we've seen that in EMS from the onset of testing centers and sites and vaccination centers and sites, when suddenly, out of sort of nowhere, we were organizing to do these activities in tents and other places, in parking lots, and suddenly drawing 300 or 400 cars sitting there endlessly for hours at a time. And what do people do for hours at a time in their car? They download Netflix, and they watch movies, and they do other creative, constructive things. And even the folks that are sitting in tents waiting for testing. And so suddenly you have doctors and nurses and EMTs and paramedics and others who are trying to man those tents, who suddenly can't communicate from one part of the site to another part of the site. And you start using those people as runners, because that's what you devolve to, is the oldest form of communication is face-to-face. Well, that's when we started to realize that we needed our own network, because it just wasn't working. And we've seen the spread and the support of FirstNet at all of these sites over the last couple of years, and it's really had an impact on us. Another thing was our ability to simply respond to a 911 call. Now, you may not know it, but every call we go on is not a life-threatening call. In fact, only about 10% at best are. 30% at best really need our attention. 30 or 40% really need us to do something immediately to make the patient's life better. But what do you do on all those other calls? On every call, traditionally, we handle them the same way. A crew of 2 or 3 or however many goes into the home, sees the patient, decides what needs to get done, and does it. Well, if you're starting to do that in a COVID situation, and every time you go into a home and come out, you've got to re-glove and re-gown and re-everything, that gets time-consuming, and it becomes a tremendous waste and a drag on the system. So we learned that in certain cases, not the 10% or even maybe up to the 30%, but in a lot of cases, we could respond to the scene and communicate with people inside using devices. We could actually do a physical exam, having them use their device, and we're watching on our device, and make some decisions about how many people are actually going to go in and touch the patient and be exposed to the patient. So those are some uses that COVID certainly drove for us. Another one is the fact that patients were being evacuated from hospitals, and patients that didn't really need to be in hospital were starting to be treated at home. And Medicare was allowing folks to do at-home care as though they were in the hospital, but being treated by other clinicians who would go to the home. And that actually became something that was handed down to EMS. At the Mayo Clinic, which you may have heard of, the Mayo Clinic EMS unit actually became the mechanism for doing at-home care. They became the doctors and nurses, but paramedics who used telehealth extensively to take care of patients at home, so they didn't have to be in the hospital, either being exposed or otherwise devolving in their conditions. We have an EMS service in the middle of Pennsylvania at a major medical center who is starting to use telehealth in major ways. They've equipped 17 ambulances with full telehealth platforms. And in order to do that, the rationale for them is sort of the second kick in the pants that we've had, which has been a very good thing. Medicare, which traditionally has only paid ambulance services, that is reimbursed for patient care, if you transport the patient to the hospital. Now, remember the 10% and 30% of the cases? That means that some 50% or more of the cases are being transported to the most expensive place to treat a patient for a condition in the most expensive conveyance possible for something they didn't need in the first place. And so something had to turn on its head. Medicare realized that and started a program called ET3. I won't explain the acronym, but it allows ambulance services to go out, treat the patient in place, and leave them behind with the care that they needed and only the care that they needed. However, in order to do that for most of these patients, you had to use telehealth and be in touch with a physician or a PA or somebody at a center. And those 17 ambulances in upstate Pennsylvania, that's why they're equipped today with telehealth platforms. And they're using electronic stethoscopes and otoscopes and other things so the doctor on the other end can actually hear and see what's going on with that patient. That's being replicated all over the country. On the emergency end of things, patient with a heart attack now has the opportunity to be treated very quickly and definitively. If you get them to the hospital in time, the hospital's ready to treat them. And one thing that's being used now is a multi-vital signs telehealth transmission system so that everybody on the cardiac catheterization team in the hospital, in the ER, can all see the patient, get all of the vitals, look at the electrocardiogram and other things well in advance of the patient's arrival. That speeds what we call the door to balloon time, the time it takes to put a stent in, to open the artery up, put a stent in, to as little as 10 or 15 minutes, which is really remarkable. So those are just some examples of how EMS today is using it, and we will become the most frequent users of FirstNet.
That's awesome. I'm always fascinated to listen to Kevin. I always learn something. And I love the term telehealth because that's an old fire station joke. You know, the three fastest forms of communication over time: telegraph, telephone, telefirefighter. Rumors spread quick in fire stations, I think it's fair to say. I also think it's, you know, you touch on some important things as it relates to EMS. When I think about fire, it's so integrated with EMS as was mentioned. You know, fire is a rapid self-sustaining oxidation process, usually accompanied by the evolution of heat and light in various intensities. Burns up and out. It's not all that complicated. You put water on it, it gets smaller. Take away its air, it gets smaller. Chemically interrupt it, gets smaller. It's the systems around what we do that makes what this entire emergency response system complicated. It isn't the application of water to a fire. It is. EMS is far more complicated on the system. It's the integrated part of the system, not only with EMS, but with law, with public health, and especially on the houselessness issues. If you don't believe yet that public health is a big component and senior services are a big component of emergency response, you're missing it. We've seen statistics to date that houselessness is now comprising about a third of 911 responses by paramedics and fire departments. They're meaningful issues and they're system issues. As we talk about where we're going, I think the Holy Grail is the Z-axis. It is knowing not only left to right, but where you are vertically. Not only does it help me find firefighters when they call Mayday, but it helps us find the person calling 911. We can get more accurately where you are, makes a meaningful difference. And not only that, but the X, Y, and Z on wildland is now a requirement under federal law. For the first time, we will know by device where our wildland firefighters are as they're deployed out across the landscape. And someone said earlier, well, you can't predict emergencies. Well, listen, I'm going to be the first guy ever to do that. We will have wildfires in California, won't we, Chief Z? Starting about May. And I'll predict that right now. There is some things you can predict and you can trend. And frankly, having a network that creates connectivity, that creates a data set, that data set that informs algorithms, the AI and ML that helps us think about our business before it happens, only makes us better and only makes us more efficient. We'll see more apps. We will see more mobile access. Coverage, we're not done with coverage. We're not done with coverage at FirstNet. As Walt Disney said, I will never be done improving. And that's us at FirstNet. We will not be done. We have more coverage to do in the West, more mobile assets to deploy. We have come a massive distance, but we have more to do. And what this inspires is it inspires creativity and the flow of capital into this space. I didn't practice this, so I'm probably going to get myself in trouble. Jorge and Philip are here today from Infrared Capital, and they announced last month that their company is making massive investments into the public safety tower space. And just think of it like this. They are betting their company that there is going to be a weaving together of the land mobile radio tower network and the LTE radio network. And why not? Public safety has towers today where the commercial providers need to come, where FirstNet needs to go. And if you didn't have FirstNet and you don't have a vision and a goal, then you never inspire investment that causes it to happen. Because we just watched this happen in Mono County, California. Chief Frank Freevault, the fire chief down there, they went through their tower inventory of land mobile radio towers. They went through that tower inventory. They partnered with FirstNet, and by the time they were done, FirstNet had far better coverage. The land mobile radio network had far better coverage. The people calling 911 had better coverage. Sheriff Leo Dutton in Lewis and Clark County, Montana, told me one time, hold it, let me get this right. You can improve my coverage. The people that vote me into office get better service, and that's just what FirstNet is. I said, that's right, Sheriff. And he goes, who wouldn't do that? It's exactly the right perspective. We will continue to see these systems come together and start to leverage off one another, and we'll continue to see innovation. And I think the final step in all this is the common operating picture. Take a look at Chief Brian Fennessy and what he's doing in Orange County, California. We're running a program down there, Chief Z, FIRUS. FIRUS puts a plane with thermal imaging capability in the air on the first activation for wildfire. That streams to the San Diego University supercomputer. It's the wildfire supercomputer. It, in real time, produces a predictive map lacing together current weather flow, predicted weather flow, topography, fuels, the whole thing. And as the incident commander, you get that back as this amoeba of where that fire is going. It can tell you where that fire will be in all probability in 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour. Now let's think of the next step. I need to be able to take that piece of information and send it over to the police department that's doing the evacuation. And I need to know which ones have been cleared and which ones aren't, because it affects how we deploy our resources. And you can take that case history and just blow it on out and see that what we don't have yet, but we are working on it, is a common operating picture where it all comes together, it all laces together, it's all shareable, and it's individual, out and return. Share it in a manner that helps incident commanders be better informed. Believe it or not, we still have fire commanders pulling up in their Suburban and throwing a map on the hood of the Suburban, and that's the best tech they have. We continue to improve coverage, and that will feed everything else. And I just want to thank FirstNet, Jason Porter, Jim Bugel, Stacy, the entire team. What you guys have done for public safety will never be recognized completely and effectively. But I just want to thank you today. Harlan?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. First of all, as the program has progressed today, it's very hard to say anything new. The people like Jeff and Kevin and the other speakers before me have told you time and time again kind of how we got here, where we are, and kind of where we're going. I look around the room. I can look at everybody's eyes in this room with maybe one or two exceptions, and I know all of you personally. And every one of you have been critical to the success of why we're here today. In other words, it isn't any one person. Jeff has said it many times, it's a team. And the people in this room, you're here because you were a part of this, and you continue to be a part of it. And to me, that's what it's all about. When the FCC chairwoman talked about the past, the present, and her vision of the future, that's what this program was all about. You know, I, probably being the oldest person in the room, started in this progression really in 1995. But I had no idea. I mean, FirstNet wasn't a buzzword. We weren't talking about broadband wireless. We were talking about voice and data. It was a different world in those days. But everything that was done, and many of you were involved in those steps, we started with needing more spectrum in 1995. Half of the FirstNet spectrum was the result of the PISWAC group who said public safety needs more spectrum. We weren't thinking broadband at the time, we were thinking data. We didn't have any spectrum to be able to transmit or share data. And you know, all of these things, you put them piece by piece, year by year, to where we have gotten today and where we will be in the future. And it's a very important story. You know, some of you in the room are newer at this than others. You may have only been in part of it in the middle or the end of it. But every step of that is why we're here today. I built up some numbers. They're probably old numbers, but it's important to remember. So in the public safety community, these are, again, maybe a little out of date, but there are over 28,000 fire agencies in this country. There are over 6,000 EMS agencies and over 15,000 law enforcement agencies. Now you translate that into personnel. There are over 1 million plus fire people, you tell me.
Yep.
Over 800,000 EMS people and over 700,000 law enforcement people. So think about it in agencies and think about it, and those numbers may be a little out of date, but they're pretty close. And today, I think publicly, FirstNet, AT&T announced that there are more public safety connections in FirstNet than in any other network in this country. That's a remarkable achievement in a very short period of time. I mean, just think about it. And not only myself personally, but everybody in this room should be so proud of what each of you have done to get us there. Again, there's not much more I can say. You're going to still have some good speakers, but a couple of things. I'm still just excited as hell about this whole project. You'd think probably I would get tired of it, but I'm not. In my personal vehicle, I have an AirGain Sierra Wireless router with an AirGain antenna and an HPUE device, you know, that can go around in my area, people call me all the time and they want to know where they have coverage. And I can map it on a map, and I can show people where FirstNet works and where Verizon or T-Mobile works. And I can tell you, in the last 2 years, the change is remarkable. I mean, the coverage has steadily grown to the point where FirstNet, in my view, for where I go, has clearly surpassed any of the other commercial carriers. And I can prove it. I mean, it's not like I'm just a good attaboy guy. I can prove it. And, you know, I was talking to some people earlier today that are new at this business that have never heard about HPUE, high-powered user equipment. You know, I was there when we convinced, before we even thought about FirstNet really, that we needed higher power equipment in the cellular world than was allowed for the common user. And that is now translated into a unique opportunity for only those in FirstNet to use that capability. I mean, I just love to talk about it, you know. It's just a fun thing, and the more people I talk to, the more I find don't know about a lot of this. So every one of you has to be in that same mode. You know these things that I'm telling you, and you've experienced them, and you have to share it. And why is FirstNet growing? It's because of all of you. It's because we're telling a story that's truth, and it really resonates. You know, not every person in this country is going to buy a Ford, and not everybody in this country is going to be a FirstNet user. But I really don't care, because those people that aren't smart enough to use it, that's just too bad. The way I look at it is, this is an opportunity that you shouldn't let go by. So, you know, that's kind of my feeling. The future is just unimaginable. You know, in 1995, I never would have dreamed. I mean, I remember we moved from narrowband voice to data, and then we identified the fact that we wanted to use some of that spectrum for data. And in those days, we were talking about wideband spectrum. We weren't even thinking broadband spectrum. It was not really in our mind. We were thinking, you know, hardwired broadband. And then eventually that moved into the broadband. All of these magical things, I can't possibly predict the future, but I can tell you that FirstNet is the answer as we go forward, because we have, like Jason said, we have, 150, 200 applications right now in the catalog, and we've got all these devices. I mean, I remember when we started, somebody said something about Sonum. So I had one of the first Sonum phones, because there weren't, I had an iPhone, and there was no band 14 in iPhones. So you had to use a Sonum if you wanted to really use it at the beginning. But it wasn't long before we finally convinced, or somebody did, Apple to put band 14 in. And I'm an Apple guy, to be very honest. I don't know how to use Android. But the fact is that all of those things that have happened, I couldn't have predicted. All I can do is say that Chris Moore, Jeff Johnson, Kevin, everybody in this room was positively thinking about where we wanted to go without knowing every possible avenue that we were going to see. And that's what made this possible. So I'm really pleased, and that's really all I have to say.
Let me just turn this thing on again. There we go. Something that Harlan mentioned, and JJ, in the numbers and uptake, what makes this really even more incredible is that there is no requirement. We were very clear in the legislation. We did not want FirstNet to be mandated. because we knew there was going to be coverage differences in different places with different carriers, and we never wanted to put public safety in a position to take an inferior level of service at all. So the fact, as demonstrated by the numbers Jeff cited, that the network has grown with no requirement to buy it. It's just purely based on the need of public safety and the understanding that it is a better network, and it's there for us that has let it grow. That's one thing. And the second thing Harlan talks about, first of all, can't say enough good things about Harlan. Harlan has his own mind. He will, if you can, has been demonstrated, and is not afraid to share it over time. And there were times when we all had some differences. But I will say this, out of respect for everybody, we kept our differences to ourselves. I mean, we spoke amongst ourselves, but we didn't need to go out and say anything, and we took care of it. And we think that was another really important part of the public safety entity staying together is we're going to disagree because we have different needs. But at the end of the day, we walked out united, and nobody could tell us apart. We all were, there was no daylight between any of us.
But they make good stories if you can ever get us to tell them.
Yeah. Well, I think Andy is writing a book, I think I'm told.
He is.
And someday some of those stories will be told. I guarantee you not all of them will be told, but they were all entertaining nonetheless. Kevin.
One story I think that is worth at least a note. I'm proud to be in a large group of friends of Harlan McEwen. In fact, I mean, it's been almost 20 years ago that he encouraged me to get interested in public safety communications and become a conduit, a voice from EMS in that. And I've enjoyed every minute of it. But I've got something that nobody else in the room can have in terms of the longevity of my relationship. Harlan, as many of you know, lives in Ithaca, New York. I grew up in Ithaca, New York. Went to high school in Ithaca, New York. And one evening, nice warm evening, my girlfriend and I were in a car overlooking Hugo Lake, a nice setting, no doubt having an intellectual conversation of some sort, when there came a rapping on the side glass. And I rolled down, and it was a cop, because it was after hours, the park is closed. Officer Harlan McEwen kicked me out of the park. Now, that's not the most important part of the story. The most important part of the story is he gave me some recommendations for some places outside his jurisdiction where we could go.
That's a true story.
I don't know how to go around. That was good. You were doing intellectual research on astronomy or something like that, right? And Harlan was helping you further your career. Now, that story alone is not by itself. I mean, it's not. There are plenty of other people in the room that will tell you a similar story. Maybe not quite as good as that one, but a lot of folks that came into this profession, or at least into this specialty within the professions, came as a result of Harlan. And you'll hear about it in one of our future panels here. You've already heard a little bit. Hey, I was introduced to this by Harlan McEwen. Harlan asked and suggested I do this. Not everybody, but a whole lot of people. And that's a testimony to your 42 plus years as chair or whatever it was of the ICP, Communications and Technology Committee, in addition to all the other things. But again, at the beginning, when there was a group of us that came together, Harlan has always been the guy. And here we had a couple of folks coming up saying something that was, maybe the same, but he embraced everybody and said, look, I'm willing to listen. I think we should do this. Let's do it together. And were it not for that willingness, I don't think we'd be here. So Harlan, again, thank you.
Chris, just one thought. You heard Chairwoman Rosenworcel today essentially give us a path to next-gen 911. Yep. That in and of itself is beyond remarkable. For the chairwoman to chart a path that is very doable. But it's going to require that we pull together to do that. And there is a lesson to be taken, hooked in the anchor of sometimes we didn't agree, sometimes we didn't get along, sometimes we were very, very candid with one another. But we always kept the goal in mind and moderated our behavior to that end. Always. Yeah. First time I met Morgan O'Brien. I was a fire chief. Morgan was running Nextel. We had some interference issues. He brought a team to Oregon. I don't think Morgan would describe that encounter as pleasant. I don't think I would describe it as pleasant either. But it ended up being very pleasant. We created a solution for public safety because we stayed engaged, we stayed positive, we've stayed focused on the goal, And we never contaminated our personal interactions to the point where we couldn't do business. We could always talk. And it turned out phenomenally. And as we get ready to take this next step, let's keep that in mind. We've been watching for a long time public discourse devolve into really unpleasant, irrecoverable kind of discussions. It's not going to get public safety where we need to go. We need to agree and disagree in private. We need to stay focused on the prize, and we need to get the job done. It worked once, it'll work again.
Thanks, JJ. We're coming to the end of our panel here, but Harlan, I know you have something to say, and
I
then
just
maybe
wanted
Kevin.
to close with a couple of things. First of all, there are three very important groups of people that have achieved the success that we're seeing today. First of all, the public safety community. You just talked about that. If we hadn't been able to unify, we couldn't have been here today. The second is, after the legislation was passed, the FirstNet Authority. Ed Parkinson has been a speaker here today, and Ed was on the Hill, you know, and eventually became our leader at the FirstNet Authority. And without their leadership, we wouldn't be here today. And third is AT&T. You know, I have to tell you, I was always a customer of one of their competitors. And when this started to evolve, you know, I started to see the value gradually growing. Coverage is the big thing. Coverage, if you don't have coverage, you have nothing. And the one thing I will tell you is that AT&T gets that. They understand that. They have spent billions of dollars developing the extended coverage that we enjoy today that make this such a success. And Jason, you and all the people there and in the room from AT&T, you've been wonderful. I mean, we couldn't have had a better partner than AT&T. So all three of those things are part of the success. And I want to thank you very much, each of you.
Kevin, any last words?
It ain't over. We got lots of work ahead of us.
Amen.
Amen. All right, thank you. Let's say congratulations to our panel. Thank you for your... I know it's been a long day. Still hot in the room, but I guarantee you we're getting closer to the end here. At this time, I'd like to call up the panel for our... We talked a lot about innovation. This is the panel about FirstNet innovation for our first responders. And with us moderating the panel today is Jason Porter, who is the president for the public sector at FirstNet and AT&T, by AT&T. Our panel is Chief Kim Zagaris, also known as Chief Z, also known as an American treasure himself. We'll tell a little bit of that story, or maybe we'll let you tell that story, because that's it. Also, we have Sheriff Michael Atkinson from Walton County, Florida. Welcome. And we think we have, there we go, up on that screen over there. We don't have one on this screen right here. We have Christopher Vicente, who's the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission from Window Rock, Arizona. Chris, thank you for being here. And then Charlie Gademi, who's the SWIC and the Homeland Security Emergency Management Agency for the District of Columbia. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jason.
All right, thanks, Chief Moore, and thanks everybody for coming. Thank you so much for sitting here in this room and spending time with us. Most importantly, thank you for your service to our country and to the communities you serve every day. It is, you know, as I've been sitting here and watching today, it's truly humbling, honestly, to be able to stand on the shoulders of these heroes that have spoken, and all of you who are in the room who've helped bring this to reality. But every day you've devoted your lives to serving, and I just can't thank you enough for what you've done. And for me personally, pouring into me, you know, Harlan, I can't tell you how many countless hours he spent educating me and coaching me. I'm going to say educating is the nice way to say sometimes Harlan's lessons. But Chief Johnson, Dick, I think you're still in the back. You know, Chief Carrizo, Chief Dowd. I mean, just everywhere I look, it's somewhere new. In fact, Chief Ludgood and I, you know, a great example. You've talked a lot about how, you know, AT&T fought hard to win the contract, but we're fighting for every connection every day, but not just the connections that we're getting, but for every life that is out there at the end of that line. We fight for it and we treat it like it's the most important thing ever. And Chief Ludgood got into storytelling. Ryan Birchnell and I ran into Chief Ludgood when we were out trying to traverse the streets of after Hurricane Laura in Louisiana. And we ran into Chief Ludgood, and Chief Ludgood, right there we redesigned how we support agencies in the aftermath of a major disaster like that. So to use Mayor Benjamin's terms, I don't have enough ears to listen enough to public safety here and to continue to learn. It's a constant evolution. We are not where we need to be. We will never be where we need to be, but we strive to get better every day. And I appreciate all your guidance and coaching along the way. It is a celebration. Thank you so much. 10 years ago, you had this vision, and honestly, it's amazing to see where it's come. You've heard a lot of the numbers through the day, right? You've heard 3 million connections that we've got now on FirstNet. Those are 3 million connections that are depending on us. 19,500 agencies are depending on us. They're counting on us every day. So it is with humility that we serve that community every day. 95% of the contractual build is complete, over 95%, and that includes areas, to Harlan's comments a minute ago, we've covered parts of this country that would never be covered if it wasn't for the vision of you in this room and your hard work. Because I think, as a panelist said before, you know, when public safety isn't using that spectrum, then the community gets to use it. And so you've got tribal lands and territories that are using this spectrum that have no other means of communication. You've got areas, maritime lands that are now able to get this signal, mountainous areas, rural areas, all kinds of space that was uncovered before. We now have, and as we announced this morning, 2.81 million square miles covered. So we cover more first responders than any network in the country, as Harlan said. And it's just amazing to see the innovation, right? We're going to talk about innovation here on this panel. We've got now over 370 devices that have been launched. So I think it was talked about when we started this, it was sort of like, you know, a hope, a prayer that this would, that others would rally and come to this cause. And now you've got more people flocking to this cause than we can imagine, and an ecosystem of support from device makers and application developers. We have 190 applications in our ecosystem. So it is just a constant development stream that is living and thriving. The vision of you, I think you called them the 4 horsemen earlier, you know, and the broader community of public safety to make this such that it is thriving and constantly evolving and repairing itself is just phenomenal. So Some of those innovations, and Scott Agnew's not here. Oh, he's back in the back there. Lots of credit to him and Brenda Kittela for constantly pushing the envelope on innovation, right? They've brought forward some of the things you've heard talked about. FirstNet push-to-talk, the first mission-critical push-to-talk solution, and it integrates with whatever your LMR solution is, so that you can have interoperable communication. Phenomenal, and we see tremendous uptake in our push-to-talk services as a result of that effort. Z-Axis, I know Chief Johnson talked about it a moment ago. This is one we're really proud of. No commercial carrier, not even AT&T, would go forward and do Z-Axis, but FirstNet, because of this mission, we truly feel like we are a public safety company and strive to become one. And so because of that obligation, we pursued Z-Axis and have launched that so that we can give better location in wildfires, in urban areas with multi-level dwellings, just all over. And then I think Chief McEwen talked about the HPUE, high-powered user equipment, we call it FirstNet Mega Range, is also launched, and you can take that thing tens of miles off the coast and still be able to use it. And by the way, I will tell you, Chief McEwen is one of our most costly testers. So just so you know, he's a challenging tester for sure. But anyway, so lots of amazing things, innovation to come. But let's move to the panel. And it was described these last couple of years, the pandemic has overlaid everything, but more than anyone, we also over the last couple of years have had record wildfire seasons, record hurricane seasons. We've had derechos, we've had nor'easters, we've had everything you could possibly imagine. We even here in DC had the events of January 6th that challenged communications for public safety. And so let me turn to the national treasure, if I may, Chief Zagaris here. And Chief Z also won, everybody who you're going to hear from is poured into teaching me and my whole team what to do and how to do it and how to respond better for them. Chief Z, Western Fire Chiefs, you're intimately familiar with the fires, the wildfires out there. You're a leader in fire in the community. Help us understand the dynamics, what's going on in your space, and then how can we help and how has FirstNet helped you?
Well, one of the things is I think natural disasters are only becoming larger and more complex. Certainly in the West, our wildfires are growing in not only size, but their complexity. They're burning, 1 million acres at a time on one incident alone, as an example. The length of the assignment for our firefighters is becoming very long. If we're running 2 months long wildfires, becoming very difficult. For the first time ever in California, we've had a fire go from the Central Valley over the Sierra Nevadas over the other side of the Nevadas. So just an example of the complexity that these fires are dealing with. The number of personnel. It's not uncommon to have 5,000 or as many as going back to 2017, the Thomas Fire, 8,000 firefighters on an incident. And I can tell you, those aren't all from California. They're all from all across the West, and in some cases, they're international. But being the fact that we do bring them from around the U.S., having interoperability is critical to our day-to-day needs. I think that's probably one of the bigger points that I can really talk about is the need also where wildfire technology meet. I can't tell you how much data we're driving what we do today versus what we did just 5 or 10 years ago. And it's really amazing to have the pleasure this summer of having some of AT&T's folks for FirstNet out to actually look at how much data we're driving and how we can do it better. We're just eating up the broadband with more and more all the time. So our people need more tools, they need more capability. Probably some of the best capability I've seen come out in the last year and a half was really started out with the Go Red Sci-Fi, at least for a non-mobile capability. It surely brought things about. Where I live in Auburn, California, I live somewhat rural. I have tough enough time being able to use devices, but we brought in the Go Red Sci-Fi. Actually gave me great capability, not only to take care of mine, but my wife happens to be on band 12, and so it does both band 14 and 12, so it's really, really nice. But one of the biggest things I think came out was with the mega range. Gives you twice as much power, and I think that's really a game changer, especially in a community that you've got some areas that are struggling with having reception. That's the big one. Not only that, but when you send mutual aid outside your own community, what a better way to stay in touch that alone. Probably one of the other interesting things, last year I talked to Chief Johnson and I said, hey, have you seen this article on the compact rapid deploy units? And he said, no. So we ended up at Rescue 42, checked out what they were doing up there in Chico. And I'll tell you this, what a game changer tactically, not having to wait to bring a deployable to get on scene. You can actually buy this, have it available. And it is just, like I said, probably one of the bigger game changers that's out there. And I think that the quicker, the faster you can bring capability, the better off you're going to save lives and property and make the coordination of that operation a lot better in the long run. And that's just a couple of the items just on the wildland side, without even getting into the work that the state of California did with the MaxVac sites, the state, federal BEMA centers that were deployed. I can tell you this, can you imagine being AT&T? We'd like 1,000 iPads, we'd like them overnight, and we're going to need to get them set up and get them deployed out to each one of the sites. And again, earlier we were talking about needing capability. That's just to run the information out there, besides the folks who are on the phone, because everybody else is using the other systems out there. So really worked out extremely well for us. And I tell you, the work we did with at Super Bowl, what an amazing, in Super Bowl 56 this year, just finished up with it. And I'll tell you this, talk about eating up data, number of agencies, we need to coordinate and share data back and forth. At one point, I think I had a call on Sunday morning, the CAD web app that was out there. The state had entered it incorrectly. The folks needed it ASAP. And I'll tell you, the folks from AT&T got on real quickly. In a short matter of time, actually corrected the problem and got that CAD back online so they could share it back through their phones. And I thought, wow, pretty good given the short notice. It was funny because as I was talking to one of the folks, oh, this is going to be tragic if this doesn't happen. I said, well, they may think so, but the game's going to go on without it. But again, AT&T FirstNet was able to meet that challenge as a whole. I thought was just excellent. One of the things that is out there is we use Fleet Complete for AVL. It runs off the LTE side of the house, but when we actually run at LTE, it automatically switches to satellite, continue to bring us information back and forth, not only on where the vehicle is, but everything else, but there's also a Mayday button in that vehicle if the troops get in trouble. And so I think, again, technology continues to meet our needs. We continue to work more and more with all the applications that AT&T FirstNet has to bring us. Can't be prouder to work for it. The biggest game changer is really going to come. Our friends and coworkers from U.S. Forest Service and the Department of the Interior have been very slow with jumping on board with FirstNet. And you think, wow, no, they've been using it on these fires. They have. They've been using local government ComEl leaders who already have that capability. They've been bringing it out and utilizing it for the federal folks to be able to utilize. Well, now they're going to be able to jump on board. So as quickly as they're coming on board, it's going to be a major game changer, I think, out there. In fact, I sometimes ask myself, wow, why didn't the federal government make all the federal agencies that have the authority to use it come on board, being that it's a federal program, money going from one federal hand into another, building public safety? Well, it makes sense to me, but it's probably why it doesn't work, so I think it makes sense.
Very good. All right, Chief Z. So I want to step outside the scope of really the contractual FirstNet obligations for a second. And when I first came on board and started to sort of spend time with first responders, one of the things that I heard constantly was the need for mental health and wellness. We, are in the middle of a pandemic, a mental health pandemic, and I had police chiefs constantly telling me that they lost more lives in the line to suicide than they did in the line of duty while they were on their watch. And so we made that a mission, that we wanted to go make a difference and save lives that way as well. And so we hired Dr. Anna Curry, going back to my Army roots, and Chief Z was a fellow tanker, so we share that in bond. But Dr. Curry was helped start Army's PTSD health and wellness program, and so we've got her on board, and we're starting to come up with these initiatives. And I know Chief Z, Western Fire has used our ROG the dog. Response Operations Group is the group that we send in that sort of sleeps at base camps and other things with these units, but we also have this concept of a ROG the dog that can deploy anywhere to help with that. Can you give your experience with ROG the dog?
Actually, was able to see ROG the dog in action several times this year out on the wildfires within the West. And I'll tell you, after a busy shift out there, and the troops were able to come back in, and a lot of them are missing their own pets or just needing to decompress a little bit. A lot of them are just attracted to the dog, and it is just overwhelming to see the expressions, to see some of that tension leave, not only just on these major wildfires, but I would tell you that a lot of agencies are investing in therapy dogs, and it's pretty overwhelming just to see how well they work. Not only out on the incidences, but after a very trying incident, you can bring them in. Even at the State of California OES, the State Emergency Operating Center, brought them in just for the folks that are in there operating. Can you imagine that State of California has had its Emergency Operating Center right now operating for over 700 days. So ROG the dog's been in, I think, at least twice. People just are attracted to the dogs, and the dogs are very well trained, and it's just phenomenal to see it.
Very good. Yep. So now we know why he's a national treasure. So let's move now to Sheriff Atkinson, Sheriff of Walton County in Florida. And Sheriff, you've got, we were talking about it earlier, you've got interesting dynamic. One of the things I love about this community is they talk a lot of trash, right? Like fire and law enforcement and everybody kind of reminds me of Army, Navy, got each other's backs, but also give each other a lot of hell. So for you, though, you have a unique position because you have law enforcement and fire on the same team in your space. So why don't you tell us a little bit of Walton County, right there by one of my favorite places, Seaside in Destin, Florida. Tell us about the challenges there and what you're facing.
Well, I guess I'm a little bit of a unicorn in that regard, right? having fire rescue, EMS, and law enforcement together. I speak about recliners and donuts with equal aplomb. I have to be ready at a moment's notice to go either way. Yeah, I'll tell you something. We're talking about innovation as applies to FirstNet, but one of the things I would bring up, and I think it's important to the group, is when you say innovation, a lot of that is about doing something better. right? Doing it smarter. And that's the application of the technology, not to just be seduced by technology, but to use it better. Fire rescue really had a much better history, particularly the wildland firefighters, of using incident command. You know, those of us in law enforcement, we know that we were kind of latecomers to that idea. We really did not use that in a manner to its greatest level of efficiency. I'm a huge proponent of the work Dr. Jay Demings, you know, and so what we did is we took this opportunity to take our communication as it applied to incident command and to eliminate problems and become more efficient. So now when I have, you know, 150 firefighters doing something along with maybe 40, 50 deputies at one time, now we understand how to communicate. We make sure that we leverage that technology so that we're more efficient in what we do, and quite frankly, not only are we better for the people we serve, we are making ourselves safer, for lack of a better way of putting it. That's not something I don't think we would have done a few years ago. If I'm being brutally honest with you, I think that the ability to communicate all across the board, but to implement that with incident command has been huge. It's a game changer for us. You know, the state of Florida is the 16th largest economy in the world. We're bigger than most companies, or excuse me, most countries. But the reality of it is we also have hit something like 500 hurricanes and tropical storms have hit Florida. The last two, Hurricane Michael in 2018, you know, small hurricane, no such thing, devastating. $25 billion worth of damages. You know, Hurricane Irma right before that, $50 billion. The reality of it is that FirstNet's ability to put out deployables, to get communication up and going when nobody else was communicating, was a game changer. It was an absolute game changer. It allowed the sheriff, the fire rescue, the emergency management personnel, and in an adjoining county, Bay County, which was the hardest hit county, to reestablish a game plan so that incident command actually works. Absent of FirstNet, absent of those deployables, that doesn't happen. And I can't tell you how quickly that changes people's lives. And I think, you know, the people in this room know that, but I'll say as a sheriff, it reiterates why we knew this was so important. You know, unfortunately, if you go back and look at 2017, there was a massacre at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. And as incredible as it is, there are still communication problems that were the same ramification, the same issues that plagued 9/11. And in that case, you know, in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, you had 17 people killed, 29 children and adults shot, 20-minute delay because of communication failures. And here's the thing, this is where preemption is so important, and that because those communications were throttled down, they were throttled down, that simply would not have happened on a FirstNet system. That's why I think this is so important. That's why I'm still passionate about this, you know, after these years. I know you guys that have put in all this time and really the genesis of this, but for me, representing our firefighters, my EMS, my deputy sheriffs, our main job is to use the technology that you've given us. And the innovation is coming. I love the video stuff. I love the way it's going, but it's to maximize results with existing technologies. Doing that, we'll become more successful. And I think we're doing a good job of it. And I just can't say enough how much this is changing people's lives, saving lives.
Very good. Yep. That, again, going back to all the many of you who made this all a reality, that ruthless preemption is real and happens every day. Search and rescue mission, well, in your community, going to the beaches on the summer,
Sure.
you must go through, you know, volumes of traffic changes throughout the year, right?
So if we talk about Walton County, if you're not ordinance, it's about a 1,200 square mile county. It's primarily would be considered rural, except for the 5.5 million visitors. And so what happens is, you know, during these surge peak times, if you have an incident, you can shut down communications, but not with FirstNet. I mean, so it really is a bifurcated county where we get to see both the metropolitan and the rural aspect of this. And so the success of the system, I think, is really demonstrated in a county like Walton, because really, you know, the majority of all the country is rural, right? And from that standpoint. So it's just a great opportunity to show how it can work across a couple of different modalities.
Yeah, I know you have broad Florida roles as well, and we were there at Surfside with that unfortunate disaster for weeks, and you know, the media and the volumes of people that surrounded that area clearly would have been a challenge. Let me shift now to Mr. Charles Gadimi. He's the statewide interoperability coordinator for the District of Columbia, or SWIC, as y'all would know it. So, Mr. Gadimi, here in the District of Columbia, similar to what the sheriff just shared, very dynamic needs, always evolving, always changing. And then also, you were there, you know, a 9/11 first responder. Can you just kind of talk to us a little bit about your history and then the unique characteristics of being here in the District of Columbia?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
We can hear you a little bit here. Yeah. Speak up if you can.
Yep. Going back to 9/11 was my previous career with the United States Park Police. I was a young sergeant assigned to the New York field office at the Statue of Liberty in Ellis Island. So my colleagues and I, we had a front row seat for that second plane coming in to hit the South Tower, watch both of those towers collapse, and just literally watch Manhattan disappear before our eyes. Talk about being on an island when you have no communications. It's a very lonely feeling. We saw all these boats going in. Little do we know at the time that we were witnessing the greatest boat lift in history at that point in time. So I know what it's like to operate in a non-communication environment in the fog of war. As I transferred down to DC, I was responsible for a lot of the special events and First Amendment activities on the National Mall and the White House zone. So again, these mass gatherings, whether it was your radio, the talk group was too busy, you couldn't get on, your cell phone, you couldn't get signal because of saturation, or looking at blue screens because your tactical cameras couldn't get any signals and transmit the video. It's a low feeling, and it's made my job as a SWIC a lot easier because I understand what the first responders, boots on the ground need. So as I came into my position in 2017, just making sure you could hear me okay.
Yep, we got you. We can hear you.
Okay. Yep, I came in 2017 working with the SPOC, the single point of contact for the district, convincing the administration, the mayor, to opt into this program, and we were ready to go for 2018. Parkland shooting happened in Florida, and March of 2018, they were going to do a big demonstration up in the district. They got their numbers. 500,000 people came to demonstrate the First Amendment right on the Pennsylvania Avenue corridor, which spilled over onto the National Mall. I went to FirstNet, AT&T FirstNet at that point in time. Okay, let's see what you got here. We're going to need your help. How can we help? Well, I need some phones. And they told me, we don't have any phones. And I had to double check the number I was calling. I said, I am talking to AT&T, right? What do you mean you don't have any phones? And at that time, they weren't prepared to roll out to support first responders in the field. Ultimately, they got me 50 phones. We distributed to multiple agencies in the district and some of our federal partners to see how the network would handle. At that point in time, we learned we were on orange SIM cards on the commercial core, and it wasn't this robust network that we have now, fast forward 4 years later. But that 2018 was a launching pad for education, not only for us, but for our colleagues at the First Responder Network Authority, as well as AT&T FirstNet. Because after that, the Washington Capitals won the Stanley Cup, and we had the parade going from Arlington down Constitution Avenue onto the National Mall. And we needed more devices and things to help us out for communications, because again, we were impacted by the mass gathering and cellular congestion. We rolled that into the 4th of July that year, and then we hosted the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. So again, we were utilizing FirstNet at the stadium as well as the convention center, which gave us the first time to look at how the network would perform in an indoor application. Those 4 back-to-back events was critical for us from a confidence level and also to provide a lot of feedback to both the First Responder Network Authority and AT&T FirstNet on how to improve everything. Today, we are proud to say over 95% of the district is covered by Band 14. We've come a long way. The remaining couple of things, we have some challenges due to COVID and some struggles with some of our federal partners to get access to some of those rooftops, but we're looking to close the gap. In terms of the structure, as I can see in the camera, a lot of my sworn colleagues there, any first responder program, the boots on the ground do the lion's share of work, but they can't do their job unless they're supported by the civilians behind the scenes. That's what makes an organization. Looking how FirstNet was built, we focus on the primary users, but in the district, we have an emphasis on the extended primary and subscriber groups, because any incident or event that we go into, we make sure we have our whole team with us. Even as I speak now, the district is uplifted as we prepare for this Freedom Convoy that has departed their cities on their way to the National Capital Region, as we also prepare for the State of the Union. It's a continuous education. We involve our partners at the First Responder Network Authority and AT&T FirstNet to provide us updates on the network, because all people want to see how it's working, and we haven't been disappointed so far. So hopefully I answer your question at that point.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gidemi. And we talked a little bit about all the reports that came out after January 6th. There were articles written about commercial cell coverage being down, but first responders being able to communicate. Can you give us a little bit of your experience on FirstNet and what your department's experienced during that January 6th event?
Yes, sir. So after the election, there was a lot of complaining about the election results and all of that other stuff. So we knew we were going to have a difficult time planning for the inauguration. During that time, though, we reflected upon mega rallies that happened in the district on November 14th and December 12th. We had our hands full with cellular congestion, and we wanted to make sure we were prepared for January 6th. A lot of people think it was an intelligence failure, but going back, open source, the rhetoric coming out of the White House, it was clear to us that was going to happen. And because we were in the midst of our inauguration planning, we coordinated with our cell carriers to make sure that the deployables were ready to go. The only one that ended up working for us, for our first responders, was FirstNet on that day. So they were able to talk, share data, and full stream video back to command centers, which included the mayor and other city officials, and they were able to get the information to keep a heartbeat on what was actually happening there when DC assets responded to help save the Capitol that day.
Yeah, another example of ruthless preemption. Again, your vision coming to life. So let me shift now to Mr. Basenti. Mr. Basenti is the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Telecom Regulatory Commission. Mr. Basenti also serves as a member of the FirstNet Authority's Tribal Working Group. Mr. Basenti, if you could, can you give us a view of what FirstNet has meant to the Navajo Nation?
Absolutely, and thank you so much, Mr. Porter. Thank you so much for the invitation, and good afternoon to everyone. So with that, one of the most recent things that I want to share with everyone is we just had the FirstNet Authority Board just come to our easternmost territory on Tahajale. So we would like to just first and foremost thank them for taking the time to come out and visit. So with the deployment of FirstNet on Navajo Nation, we have roughly about 90 sites that are now broadcasting Band 14 as well as AT&T commercial. One of the things I will often mention is we're early adopters. So before AT&T started deploying their network, the president and the office of the president and vice president was actually users of FirstNet. So whenever President Nez does leave off Navajo Nation, there's already his broadcasts are able to utilize that Band 14 network whenever he's out in the field. Because one of the things that we had to stress during the pandemic was to maintain continuity of government. He was actually able to remain connected again while he was utilizing his FirstNet device for his town halls, vaccination drives. So that's just a couple of the different utilizations of FirstNets for government workers. So when it comes to leadership and also maintaining continuity government, because we also have our emergency management, police, EMS, and fish and wildlife that are now adopters of FirstNet. So with the network being deployed where it's at, we are beyond excited where everything is at, because again, the deployables was also extremely beneficial at the beginning of the pandemic back in 2020. We didn't have any AT&T commercial or band 14 in the area. So with that, all the networks from our regional carriers the traffic was so heavy that everyone was trying to telework as well as do distant learning at the same time. So this provided challenges for our Department of Health as well as FEMA to conduct their work. So of course, we reached out to FirstNet, which again, we requested some deployables for one of the sites. One of the sites was at our Department of Health, and then the secondary site was at our NDOT facility, just in case there was an exposure and we had to vacate the premises so they can perform sanitation duties. So there's a wide variety of reasons why we're FirstNet users right now within the Navajo Nation. The other additional thing is we're kind of concentrating on secondary users. So hospitals, even Navajo Nation Department of Transportation is also another component that we're looking to utilize FirstNet, because in the event there's an incident, you often have to collaborate between public safety, including all these other departments, to conduct their services. So that's ultimately kind of what Navajo Nation's doing, at least in the beginning stages, as a nutshell, because we're looking to utilize FirstNet even further in public safety vehicles with in-vehicle internet solutions, because one of the major wins is with our two-way radio network. We're trying to prepare and anticipate, or I'm sorry, we're trying to prepare and to convert analog to digital for 27,000 square miles. So with that challenge, we're looking at some of the newer technologies. And one of the major benefits right now is with some of the new two-way radios, they can be integrated into the in-vehicle solutions, which expand the two-way radio footprint. So if the public safety individual is outside the two-way radio footprint, but they have a connectivity, as long as they have everything provisioned on the networks between dispatch and the two-way radio network and the in-vehicle solution, it's a seamless integration. So that's kind of the up and up, and as far as the latest of what we're doing right now, Mr. Porter.
Very good. All right. Well, I want to just thank everybody on the panel. I want to thank y'all for being a part of this. Thank you for what you do for our communities every day. And I guess I'll close the panel by just saying thank you for everybody in here for making this a reality. I want to say it's our honor to serve this community who serves us so well. And that we will continue to stand on top of your amazing shoulders and try to stretch to be better every day. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason, and to our panelists, both here and remote. We're almost there, folks. It's been a great day so far, a great afternoon. A couple things. We've got one more panel left. And this is our futures panel. We've talked a little bit about how this was formed, some of the progress that we've made, steady state now, moving forward. Now let's talk about the future. And at that time, I'd like to invite up Jeff Johnson to co-moderate with me on this panel. And then our three futures leaders, Deputy Chief Chris Lombard from the Seattle Fire Department, please come to the table, as well as Deputy Chief Keith Kelly from the Athens Clark County Police Department, and Fire Chief Jeff Buchanan from the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. So let me start just at the beginning while they're getting seated. We've talked a lot about innovation. We've talked a lot about sort of what it's taken to get here. And one thing we haven't talked about, and quite frankly, I'm not sure that we've done a particularly good job. And all I have to do is look around the room, and please don't be offended because some of you are younger in the room, but it's generally an older crowd. It's a lot of folks that have been doing this for a long time. And what we may not have done as good a job, and what we're going to get better at, is identifying that next generation and the generation after that, so that when we're all gone, that this just isn't a memory and then something fails. It is bringing up that next generation, and they're here, folks. We've talked about the younger folks. They're the ones that are using the technology. They're the ones that are giving us feedback and showing us how to improve. And who you have before you on this panel in their shiny uniforms to be really nice. And I got to tell you, Jeff, you really do look good when you're shaved and clean and wearing a uniform. I got to tell you, I saw him this morning. I go, really? And you know what? Good for you. They're all quite great leaders. And then certainly Jeff and I, since they're all firefighters, believe it or not. Even though Keith is a deputy police chief and maybe a police interim chief here pretty soon, we don't know yet. in Athens, where the University of Georgia is, but he's also a volunteer fire chief for how many years?
26 years.
26 years. They're all firefighters. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe that's what it is.
Explains the personality.
Yeah, no. So with that in mind, we have a couple start-off questions, but we'd be interested to hear from the young folks, younger. I'm not saying you're all young, but you are the next folks that are going to be able to move us all forward and provide that leadership to the next generation, make sure that you do a better job than we did in bringing up the next set of folks that are actually going to be leading this. So I'm going to, because I have the prerogative and I have the microphone, I'm going to start with the police department, and it's going to be Keith Kelly. Now, Keith also serves as the ICP's representative on the Next Gen, Public Safety Next Gen 911 Coalition. We thank him for all of his service. He's got deep experience in 911 in his community, both on the police and fire side. The other thing is he serves on ICP's Communications and Technology Committee under Craig Allen as his vice chair. And so he brings a lot to the table, and he's that next generation. So I'm going to start with a question with you. Keith, looking back, what you've heard today, and what you see moving forward, what are the most important things that the leaders at FirstNet, the Authority, at AT&T need to consider moving forward?
Well, I think as far as the answer to that question from my perspective, priority and preemption is very important to us. Having that broadband network is important as we implement new technologies. When I look at my own organization and organizations around me, it's all about connectivity. We're looking for ways to push information out to the field, let our responders make a lot of decisions, let them receive information, whether it's across mobile devices or tablets or even laptop computers. The second thing is the ability to be able to have different camera views and sensors that we can receive information and monitor it through our communication center. So once again, it's really pushing information out, but also allowing that information to flow seamlessly between our communications functions and then our units out in the field. I can say that from my organization. We were talking about disasters, and my city, where we have the University of Georgia, we have what we say is 6 planned disasters a year. We had a 7th this year with the win over Alabama in the SEC championship. So when 175,000 people show up for a parade, we need to be very efficient. We need to be able to push information seamlessly back and forth very quickly and have that priority, because it does tax a lot of our systems.
You want the next question, Jeff?
No.
No? Okay. So let's move it over to the fire side. This is good. I like this. So sensors, you brought up something, Chief, that is key to the future. I mean, there's a lot of things that, particularly in the wildland fire context, the ability to see things ahead of time so you can anticipate all of that stuff. That technology exists today. We're needing to incorporate. We are incorporating it, and I know that Jeff and Chief Z have done a lot of work on this, but I'd be curious from the perspective of you, Chief, to offer whatever opinions you have on any of that.
We're talking about the streaming. Yeah, it's going to be crucially important for the fire service as well. To steal a page out of Chief Johnson, his narrative earlier, it's all about finding that common operating platform and picture, right? And seamlessly integrating public safety, which is not just the firefighters as much as we'd like to think sometimes. The truth of the matter is it's a team sport. And streaming the video is going to be an important piece. I love the adjective. I love the way it's described. The ruthless preemption is absolutely at the forefront. I don't know who to give credit for that.
Dowd right there.
That is
Chief Dowd.
That is outstanding. I will just say it's an outstanding adjective and and one that's quite appropriate. Certainly, we talked a lot about the natural disasters. Unfortunately, it's just a matter of time before the next man-made disaster comes. Clark County, Southern Nevada, endured one of the largest in history with Route 91, and that flooding to the system absolutely impacted Southern Nevada, absolutely impacted communications, and glad to hear that the decision makers could plainly see the data that you all wove together so they could see what that uptick looked like in real time, because it's an absolute reason why we need FirstNet, and we can't go back. So, for me, moving to the future, I think it is another word that was used earlier. It's about perseverance. It's about not letting the past go. It's about staying in the present, moving to the future, and I'm taking a lot of pages out of everybody else's book. I'm not sure if the mayor's still here, but he's right. You should be listening twice as much as we're speaking, and so we need to do a lot of listening, and we need to do a lot of communications and communicating with the partners in AT&T and what the men and women of public safety need. So yeah, I think that moving to the future, it's about perseverance.
That's a good word. So Chief Lombard, first of all, we thank you for your service on the PSAC and your long-term leadership in public safety communications. I know you said you started last night. You said you started when you were 4 at the Seattle Police Department, and I believe that. But that said, from your perspective, as not only on the PSAC, but also just as a deputy fire chief and somebody who's coming up in the organization, the importance not only of FirstNet, but just communications generally and what the trajectory looks like to you.
It's, there's been a lot of accolades today and a lot of congratulations, and I think Chief Carrizo and Harlan, Chief McEwen said it best. This late in the day, it's hard to come up with new stuff that hasn't already been said. For all the accolades, I have to express some frustration and disappointment with AT&T. With the PSAC, we get all these great ideas and stuff like that, and whenever I get these ideas, I get ready to call the likes of like Jason Porter. I remember a couple of years ago, I'm sure he's forgotten, it was after the 911 failure, we amongst the PSAC had this great idea that if we could tie in FirstNet to the EZNet system, I get an appointment to call Jason. A week before the appointment, AT&T announces, we're going to tie FirstNet into the EZNets. So the call ends up being something like, hey, Jason, how's the family, how's the weather? It doesn't stop there, So again, innovation, thinking, scheming with the public responders and whatnot after the wildland fires, particularly on the West Coast. We're thinking, the number of deployables was great, but we need more deployables, we need more options, we need more variable scales. Again, set up an appointment with Jason. Hey, a week before the phone call, AT&T announces we're going to go way more deployables. We're going to go with way more options. Phone call with Jason. Hey, Jason, how's the family? How's the weather? Some of the stuff that we're looking for coming ahead, and I'm going to be able to beat them to the punch finally because public forum here. Some of the stuff that we're looking at the PSAC as far as needs for public safety and some of the response, continuing to work on the FirstNet interface tool and upgrades and what that person in the field can see and access as far as network status, calling for resources, additions to and improvements to the response operations group. The ROG, more tools being available, how they're called, how they're dispatched, how they're monitored, particularly, when we're going, whether it's urban search and rescue into tornado areas, hurricane areas, or the wildland fires. Continuing to work on the application stuff. I mean, we have been given by our predecessors a phenomenal foundation to build upon, and people are building it. The D2D, the device-to-device, and some of the mesh networking or the off-networking stuff are areas that we see are going to be really cool, really exciting areas in the future. And then some of the leadership that AT&T is showing in the cybersecurity stuff, knowing that our network is awesome and it's secure now, but that the bad guys, they're not relenting. And so to see the continued improvements in those. So those are just some of the areas I know that within the PSAC that we're excited and looking forward to as far as innovation and what's coming.
That last point you brought up about the cybersecurity piece is absolutely critical. And for those who've been working on the next-gen piece and anything related to public safety communications, we've had a number of ECCs or PSAPs in the country that have been victims of either denial of service or ransomware. People, if you think what that means to all of us when you can't get to your system because it's locked up, and it's real, it's happened. I don't know if it's happened to anybody here. I'm not going to ask that, but I know that it's happened to a number of places, how important that piece is. And quite frankly, that we don't necessarily in-house have that expertise, and why it's really important that we look to our partners, certainly at DHS CISA and other places, to make sure we get that right. Because if we follow the lead of the Madam Chair and say that we're going to get this next gen 911, there's a significant investment in that piece of it that we have to do. And we have to get it right, because otherwise it's a disaster. We'll waste our money. So I don't know, you talked a little bit on some of our calls, I think, about that.
I can. I've seen that on a number of occasions with ECCs where they've been victim of ransomware. One of our neighboring jurisdictions actually experienced that and paid a very high ransom to gain their data back. That was very detrimental to that organization, because in the time it took to even reestablish their data, they experience significant downtime. So as you said, that's very much a concern. That's a concern to us with any of our systems, particularly our 911 infrastructure. There are a lot of systems that if they are victim of a cyber attack, there are workarounds, but your CPEs are, it's not that easy for a mission critical phone system or data related to it to be recovered quickly or to do without temporarily. So cybersecurity is a very key piece and something we've definitely shared our thoughts with in the 911 Coalition.
So I'm going to take the speaker's prerogative here and give it to Chief Johnson here about, because you talk a lot about, in a lot of your remarks and lectures and whatnot, about the ability to find people where they are, not only the see access, but also in building coverage generally, some of the issues there. You want to talk a little about the future of that?
A little bit, and then invite comment from my colleagues. If service stops at the edge of the building, we're losing a massive chunk of necessary coverage, because we've got to go in and we have to find the caller. We need to communicate with the doctor. We need to know where our teams are in real time. Police officers need it for situational awareness. I think some of the things like the 4.9 spectrum issue that we're dealing with, placing spectrum that can be used to create a ubiquitous solution nationwide for in-building coverage. I don't know what that is, but I know it exists. And I know if we put the right people in the room, we can come up with a path to that. But that is the next step. And there's reasons for that, right? Like a lot of the buildings are built now with window glazings that cause our wireless signal to bounce more than it used to. Or the building wrap keeps signals in and keeps signals out. There's a lot of reasons for it, but maybe I'd defer to the panel and say, you know, do you have any experiences with in-building coverage solutions that are working for you, or maybe even some that don't? Like, what don't you do? And Chief Buchanan, I think you're in Las Vegas, so you've got these massive facilities, and people are moving a lot of security and a lot of data information.
Yeah, well, it's a struggle. It is a struggle. We found in the high rises inside of the hotels, and most of those are in Clark County's jurisdiction. And just a little bit for everybody in the audience, where Las Vegas Fire and Rescue represents south of Sahara. What you might, if you're staying at Mandalay Bay, that's Clark County Fire Department. We work very, very closely with the men and women of Clark County Fire Department, North Las Vegas, and Henderson as well. But yeah, there are those challenges, and you know, it's going to sound like I'm beating a dead horse, but I'm going to do it in this regard. When you talk about the Z-plane, and I'll come back to Route 91, there's been an evolution over the last decade for sure of police officers and firefighters even working more and more closely together in rescue task forces and hostile MCIs and trying to keep the community safe and keep our personnel safe. And so we're at the same places inside of a structure, and knowing exactly where those men and women are is never more important than it is now, because we're so we always have, and in Southern Nevada it's always been outstanding, the relationship with law enforcement, and that hasn't changed, but it's only gotten tighter. And so this technology, as we move to the future and it becomes more and more precise, it is going to be that much more important. But the exact answer to your questions, it's still a struggle. You know, the reliance on LMR, particularly inside of buildings, we've had to go back and retrofit and force some of in the hotel community to put in BDAs, bidirectional amplifiers, in order to get those signals. But it still is a struggle.
Yeah, Chris, maybe just kind of a connected follow-up. I'm looking at you, Chief Lombard. If you look at anybody in public safety today, they think nothing, if they need more coverage, of going, buying a tower, putting it up, hanging radio access network equipment on it, buying backhaul and shipping it back. But sometimes I feel like, especially when I'm in rural America, chiefs will act like that's someone else's problem and they have no part of it, right? Meaning, when are you guys going to bring coverage to me? And I always ask the first question, which is, will you put your towers in the game, right? Will you bring your assets to bear to help your public system, right? Because this is our nation's public safety broadband network. It's not a marketing play, it is. in what ways, for either in-building or tower coverage or RAN sharing or whatever else you see, what do you see on the horizon that's kind of driving us toward that point where people say, this is my network and I have a role in helping it get better?
You know, I think the analogy here, Chief, that I've seen is the old Kevin Costner movie, The Field of Dreams, right? If you build it, they will come. You know, until a few years ago, we didn't have anything, so there wasn't a whole lot of motion. You guys took care of that. You've built the phenomenal network. The thing that I'm seeing that's kind of what you're talking about in your question is this burgeoning of ideas that I never could have imagined. You know, Harlan was throwing out the numbers earlier as far as the number of public safety and whatnot. Those are idea people. Those are millions of ideas people that are saying, you know what, we've got this amazing tool, and if you give I don't know about the police, but if you give a firefighter a tool, they're gonna find all kinds of ways to use this tool that you never imagined. People are starting to do that. And so, you know, when you're talking about, you know, what do I need to get inside an area or a building for information, or what can I try to push out? The number of ideas, the concepts that people are coming up with is like nothing I have ever seen. It includes things like augmented reality in heads-up displays and masks, so that people can see, you know, through walls, see outside of buildings. It's being able to get floor plans in and out of a building when you couldn't have it other. It's the telemetry for your firefighters. How hot is firefighter Smith, you know, in this building? It's amazing. I don't know if that really answers your question so much, but it's, you know, the idea of all of those things being limitations. We have 1 million people working to work through those limitations now. They're not going to be limitations.
Yeah, I think that gets where I was going, which is this isn't just a service you buy. This is our network. And if it's ours, we have to think of it like ours. And we have to think of contributing to it like it's ours. And we have to think through problems, intellectual, contribute technology, use our people as field testers. I mean, there is so much that needs to happen that comes once when we see it as ours, right?
So we've got about 15 minutes or so, but I have one question that's going to be to all three of you. And it's, how are you going to do better than us at identifying the next group after you? So for each of you, and look, this is an honest question. In our field, our variety of professions, we're out there. You got the young chargers, they're out there, they want to go fight fire, they want to go out and catch crooks, they want to do all that stuff. You put them in a communications environment, they're like not generally happy. Although the smart ones realize that we can't do our job without that. So how do you and how would you recruit the next generation of leadership so that you do a better job than we did?
Well, I'll start out and say the first thing I would do is look at developing leaders. I would look at what tactics or what ways we're developing leaders. The first thing we need to do is build leaders and find those leaders and try to engage them and listen to them and try to educate them on what's already occurred. So I guess I would start that out by saying we would first develop leaders and then engage those individuals.
Chief Ken.
Well, first of all, that's a pretty high bar that you're all are putting out there to do better than those have come before you. You're the forefathers, the trailblazers. So I frankly, I'm not going to set my sights that high. The reality is, how do you push the ball forward? I think it's about finding people that have passion, that really, really care about the men and women that are doing this job, that embrace technology, that listen, and that are able to articulate what the needs are. And there's a communication that has to take place. I mean, you know, except for fire districts, police, and those that are elected in certain areas, like from Metro in our area, for example. But we have to be able to convince the policymakers of what we're trying to do. The city manager, the chief administrative officers, they have to understand what our plight is. They have to understand how important technology is. They have to understand the importance of FirstNet. And so it's being able to translate and make it really, really understandable. So as we're looking for the future leaders of tomorrow, I think one of the things that's important is knowing that it doesn't just stop inside of a police department or a fire department. There are other departments inside of any municipality, but engaging other people to see the importance of what you're trying to achieve.
That's a great point. For anybody that's worked at senior levels in a police department or a fire department, you don't do it alone. You can't accomplish your mission by yourself with your own people. You have to have the relationships throughout the city or the county that are doing different things that you have to do. And you are developing leaders. That's one thing about public safety is even if we're not really, it's a health crisis, we don't necessarily know anything about the health, but we can bring people together. We can make it happen. And that's a skill that you have to learn and have to be taught. Chris, how about you?
Well, I got pulled in by Chief McEwen and Chief Johnson.
Blame him, right, yeah.
I was asking too many questions. Why do we do it this way? Why aren't we doing this? So I go looking for the inquisitive people. I find that next person that's asking me too many of those same questions, because that shows me that there's somebody that wants to learn. And that is something that you can grow and nurture and develop into a future learner. It's the open mind. It's the people that are asking those questions, the why, the how, the where, the what are we doing. The communications, it'll come along, and it's changing so fast. I'm looking more for the learner that I reach out to.
So you all brought up a point about your leaders or your bosses, if you will, the mayors of the big cities or the city managers. I've had experiences with really good ones and not so good ones. Let's be honest, right? And some that understood the mission, some that understood the technology. But I will tell you, there's a cost to everything that we do. And as has been brought up earlier, it's not cheap to do a lot of things that we do. We generally suck up over 50% of the budgets of municipalities or counties with our services between police and fire. How do you bring those people along? I mean, what has been successful for you? I know what worked for me and what didn't work. But I'll talk to you, Keith, just to first, and I know you have a county that's got a whole lot of pieces to it, but what do they respond to when you come to them? I need $1 million. I need $3 million, besides laughter.
I think helping them understand the reasoning behind the request, and then really the return on investment. They're always very interested in that. And how does it benefit the community? That's probably the biggest piece, is understanding the benefits of the community, and what kind of investment they're going to get or what kind of return. So, and then educating them on the mission and how we're going to use the technology that we're requesting or the direction that we want to go. So.
I think that you definitely have to have data. I think everybody understands that. I think you want to be able to illuminate their blind spots. And I also think it's incredibly important on what your approach is. You have to strike that balance between confidence and humility, because it's because you want to be able to project, hey, this is the right recommendation. Yet you're talking to someone on the other side of the table that could be battling with 18 other directors for that same amount of finances. So it's really about, there's a balance that goes along there, and there is a dance. There is a dance in communication and being able to persuade and get to influence those that that are your supervisors. And it isn't easy. You have to, I'll use the word again, you have to persevere. You have to keep coming at it. Bless you, sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're successful, sometimes you're not. And it's about it's about getting back up, because sometimes your boss is going to tell you no, and that's okay, right? You got to keep coming back, and you got to keep, you have to persevere. But I think a balance between confidence and humility is incredibly important, and you do have to be able to explain the why.
It's great input, Chris.
Dare I say, Chris, this is one of those areas where I think the fire service is learning from law enforcement. It's the metrics.
You heard it here.
Can we turn off that mic?
Yeah. I'm going to be shamed publicly. It's the metrics. In Seattle, coming from the home of Microsoft and Amazon and Boeing and Medic One, certainly for the EMS side, it's all about the metrics. These new councils, these new county executive boards, these new public officials, the old days of the fire chief saying, we need another fire station there just because we're slow to get there doesn't fly. They want to be able to see and balance the costs and what am I getting for my money. The ability to be able to show, whether it's an EMS or fire, that, if you cut my budget by this much, this is how many people are going to die and where they are in the city. Those are deal closers right there. If you say, you know what, these houses here in this neighborhood are going to burn, your fire loss in the next 5 years is going to be X million dollars. I need a $600,000 fire engine. That's the kind of metrics that closes the deal. it's going to take tools like FirstNet to be able to help us as a platform to create and generate those metrics as far as, everything from the start of the incident, 911, how long does it take to answer the call? How many calls are coming in? How long does it take to process the call? How fast can I dispatch my units? How long is it taking them to get there in today's traffic, yesterday's traffic, tomorrow's traffic? How fast is the fire growing? What are they doing when they're getting there? All of those metrics are totally helping us build the story so that when we go to those elected officials, we can clearly articulate in a very hard to argue way what you're getting for your money and what the needs are and how that impacts you and you and you and your families.
Chris, can I just add in? Another thing I'd like to add in as we're talking about all this, and I've heard some touches from other panelists, is the connectivity to the other areas that also impact public safety. I heard about bus drivers, and I'm going to use an example in our area, the RTC, which is Regional Transportation Commission. I think also what you're able to do better with your bosses is if you can illustrate partnerships, robust partnerships that go even beyond public safety. What we're trying to do in Southern Nevada is we're trying to change the old infrared signalization at the lights. We're looking at GPS. There's cloud-based, but it's not just a public safety issue. It's an economic issue, because if you can more seamlessly move the fire engines and the police vehicles through the traffic, that means less congestion on the road. It means that person's going to get saved, yes. But it also means that Mr. and Mrs. Smith that are trying to go to Olive Garden are going to be able to get there more quickly and spend more money. So it's about tying all these things together. It's not just about public safety. If you can get other people involved and get them to help carry your water, I think that's a way to influence your supervisors.
And no, Jeff doesn't have a stake in Olive Garden, I'm sure. Just
If I could just add one more thing, I think the chief hit a great point as well about telling our story. I think in the last year or two in law enforcement, especially in my organization, we've done a lot of just telling our story. And it goes back to my previous point of helping people understand the why. But that's very important, I think, in any requests or any direction that you want to go now, is being able to tell your story. So that was a great point.
I was going to begin the closeout with that very point, and Chuck has always said it, and JJ is one of the best storytellers I've ever met. Having people that do the day-to-day work be able to share a story, they may not be able to tell it the way we do because we're in a place where we can share it, but we need to share those stories. That's the only way we're going to be successful, and we've shown that it works. I will say that. Now, I'm going to ask this panel to stand by for just a second. I'm going to ask you one more question to close it out, any closing comments. But I'm going to give you, everybody in the room, we've got about 20 minutes. Now, in 20 minutes, just so you know, there's something right next door. We're going to have a reception, and it's a very nice reception, yes. But before we do that, we've got a couple things to accomplish. Number one is we have a Q&A session for people in the room that stuck it out for the entire 4 hours. So, here's to you for sticking it out. Now, if you have something you want to say or a question, we'll just leave these folks up here because these are the featured leaders and they need to hear what you have to say. And if you wouldn't mind just sticking around for that. But then after that, we have some awards that we want to give out before we go next door. So with that, before we do the Q&A, I just wanted any last comments for you on the future of technology, FirstNet, anything else? Start with you, Keith, and we'll go.
Well, I think the biggest thing is really recognizing the innovation that FirstNet has had and their ability to involve the first responders. And as you've said, this is ours. And I think FirstNet and AT&T and the public safety responders have really done a good job of striking the balance and then using that to innovate for new ideas. So I just applaud them on that.
Appreciate that. Chief, again.
Yeah, I'm just going to say relentless pursuit. What got us here is not going to get us there. Yeah. Being able to reframe and rethink how we're doing things is going to be excruciatingly important to get to the future. We're not, this isn't a best practice. The best practice hasn't been invented yet. We want to get better and better and better. And I think it just means that we're going to constantly have to innovate and be receptive to what the future has.
He's a firefighter. My God, that's good stuff. I have to write that down.
I'm telling you, you don't want to go vocabulary competition with us.
Chris Lombard, close it out for us.
I don't want to close on a depressing note, but this is it is a depressing time right now. Public safety, suicide rates are really high. With COVID, a lot of people are, the loss of the human contact, the loss of reaching out. I think it's something that we can all relate to in one way or another. But what I see here and what is so exciting to me is hope. And hope is the best tool against that depression. And the number of people over the last couple of years that have come together to work to improve and fix it is like nothing I've seen in my career. The hope with the partnerships between AT&T and public safety, the hope even with police and fire working together, the hope of our elected officials reaching out and working with public safety and private industries, all for us to better enable us to help other people. I think that hope is going to be catching. I think that hope is going to be chasing some of that darkness away. And I can't express enough the excitement that I feel in where that's going to take us in the next couple of years.
So, gentlemen, we thank you for your past service and for your future service and for all that you do, and we're grateful. And with that, we give them a round of applause, please. So we're getting close. So Martha's going to bring a microphone around. This is an opportunity for Q&A. Now, it's a little bit different here in that a lot of people in the room already know a lot about what's going on. But if there's a burning question that somebody has, I'll take it first and then offer it up to somebody else to answer. So is there any questions in the room that are of note that what happened today about something you heard from the commissioner or from the chairwoman? Anything at all? Well, wow, you're going to make it real easy, because I can start calling on people, too. Look, I'm not afraid to do that. Go ahead, right there.
Hi, I can breathe. This is Mike Fergus. I'm with the International Association of Chiefs of Police. Chief Kelly, as you know, you mentioned about the success stories. And I think one of the things that police in particular are terrible about is promoting their successes and their successful stories. And what can we do to get more of these success stories out and really tell? I'm over the traffic safety side of the programs too, and we just did a series of programs where we highlighted agencies that were using traffic safety education as a way to engage the community, and it's been very successful, and it's very uplifting it really helps, especially in a time like this. What can we do how can we better communicate the success stories of FirstNet and what this system can bring to the public safety community?
Well, I can answer that question, and I'll say within my own organization, we've recognized that as well, that a lot of the information we push out is not always good news. So we've really taken some steps in the several last months to try to recognize the good work of our officers. And I think that goes across different organizations or the IACP or any of them, in that you've got to push that information out. You've got to seek the stories out and then push it across. I know for us, we push a lot across social media. It's really recognizing the avenues that people are looking for to see information, whether it's websites, social media, or anything else, but recognizing who your audience is, how they receive the information, and then generating the stories or getting those stories in order to push them out. But that's a great question, and again, that's something we've recognized as well from the law enforcement perspective.
Another question?
Anybody?
All right. Oh, there we go.
Just back to what the
commission. If you want, because you're speaking. There you go.
Oh, I can do that legally.
Yes.
So I'm gonna talk for an hour
That's
or
the
two.
problem.
I'm not gonna quit talking for a while. No. Does anyone see an issue involved with back to the 911 issue the commissioner talked about, that the 911 fees that come in are extremely coveted by even rural areas that have their own 911 dispatch center that may be in a jail somewhere, and those fees are like they pay for things that they probably shouldn't. I see that as being a big obstacle to what I want to happen and what she wants to have happen. But does anybody else see that, and is there any way that you think of that we can get around that or help that to not happen?
So I know I can certainly answer that question, being involved, but I think since you're a panelist and you're not only involved on the Communications Technology Committee 911 piece, but also on the coalition with respect to user fee diversion, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
I think as far as fee diversion, you know, is it something that happens on the federal level, or is the state involved? I know that our state has looked at that in Georgia on how that fee diversion works and putting safeguards in place to ensure that it is getting to the communication centers. I think you're correct. A lot of the communication centers do depend on that. I know my center, it funds about half of the operations, and then the rest is picked up by the police department as it's a division. So, you know, whether it's addressing it on a federal legislative level or on the state level or both, it's recognizing where those fees go and then setting something in place.
Just so you know, Paul, it's front of mind for everybody that's involved in Next Gen. I'm looking at the fire guys, and I get hats off, first of all, to the fire folks who stood up for to give back the T-band or get back the T-band. A part of that was a requirement for the FCC to do a study of which Mel Meyer from Oakland County, who chairs our coalition, sat on, to make sure that, look, what is that supposed to look like? Because you're right, there are a lot of big states, and I mean big states like New York and others that are using that money, I would argue inappropriately, whatever. They're just not using it for what it was intended for, but they rely upon it. That said, part of the legislation that we proposed, one of the first principles for the Public Safety 911 Coalition, which represents all the folks in here, is that, look, that practice has to stop, and in some fashion, moving forward. The federal government's willing to invest tens of billions of dollars in this, but part of that is it can't necessarily be giving that kind of money out every 10 years or so. So you have to have an in-place mechanism, and you can't divert it. Now, what does that look like down the road in actual legislation? We're not quite sure. I would ask Ken, if you wouldn't mind, right there, just talk about when it came up during the, yeah, right below you, that right there. Just, you know, the importance of it and what you're thinking from the fire service perspective. You didn't know I was going to ask on you, did you?
Whenever you give me a mic. Well, I mean,
keep it up tight.
So, you know, basically the T-band, you know, that was actually a requirement that was in, like you were saying, it was in when we created FirstNet, we were asked to actually give back the T-band. And that was a huge problem, especially for a lot of major metro areas. So we worked very closely, and to be frank, New York City was extremely helpful. You know, Chief Dowd, New York City has some really great lobbyists we work with. And, you know, we were able to convince, with the help of some organizations here in this room, major county sheriffs, major city chiefs, APCO, even a lot of some of the local, like LA Ricks really jumped in and helped us, especially with the California delegation, like Speaker Pelosi. So, you know, we had a lot of really great help, and we were glad to get the T-band taken care of, you know, basically by just discussing the effects of what would happen. I mean, here it was right after 9/11, and we're going to start giving back this spectrum that New York City FDNY uses for interoperable communications. And, yeah, I don't think so. So that was pretty much what that was about. You know, when it comes to, you know, 911 fee diversion, I'm really, you know, I think Ryan's actually sat in on the panel, so I'd probably turn it over to him if you guys want to talk about that. So.
Yeah, it's just like to answer your question, because there is stuff going on, and I don't know, Ryan, you want to get right there? We got time for maybe one after this, one more question. We'll get some awards done, and we'll get done.
No, sure. As far as 911 fee diversion is concerned.
Can you tell them who you are, first of all, Ryan?
Oh, sure.
I apologize, yeah.
So Ryan Woodward, Government Relations Manager over at the IAFC, and telecom is with my policy portfolio. So, but yeah, no. As far as 911 fee diversion is concerned, you know, when we pushed for the T-band auction repeal, establishment of a Next Gen 911 strike force was a part of that legislation, and of course, I think some of us in this room were on that strike force, or at least had a heavy role in advising that strike force. And so, of course, you know, the FCC has made some moves into kind of what they would like to see being done to avoid 911 fee diversion in the future, doing a better job of identifying cases of diversion. So, you know, of course, I think, you know, also when we looked at the final report, there were some things that questions that remain open. And, you know, we'll see what happens there. We'll see what Congress does with that. Congress has been very active in trying to curb that, you know, that behavior. We've seen this in a lot of legislation that ENC has put out in the Energy and Commerce Committee has put out in the public safety space. So, I mean, with any certainty right now, I mean, we've made a lot of strides, I think, in the past year of at least identifying the issue, you know, doing better with identifying cases and diverters, but, you know, it will remain to see, I think, what Congress will do with that. But I do think you will see Congress take a much more active stance on it.
Thanks, Ryan. Hopefully that answers your question. We got time for one more. Anybody? If I can, I'm going to call on somebody. Go ahead. Z.
I always think it's kind of interesting as leaders that one of the biggest things we do is actually, lead with our ethics, lead with doing what's right at all costs. And so the diversion issue is tough because, one, by doing what's right means you may take money out of your own hide and have to go dig or find it someplace else. It's never an easy choice. If we don't clean it up, who else is going to clean it up? I think that's one of the bigger issues on the table. The fact that Congress is going to do it, if they'd start with their own operation, I'd be happier. But again, we as leaders need to lead with our ethics and why we're there. And if we can find a way to clean it up and somebody else is going to get hurt, that's, they should have cleaned up their own operation. But again, to get something, we may have to give up something. To me, that's okay. And in the long run, we can make bigger strides by moving technology, moving it with the funding long range.
Thanks, Chief. Very much appreciate that. And our appreciation to all of you who stuck with us for this 4-hour period. One last item. Just first of all, gentlemen, you can stay here or you can step down however you want to do it. Probably might as well step on down. And again, once again, please give them a round of applause for the...
The future is definitely bright. The future is definitely bright with you gentlemen there.
Okay, our last order of business before our reception is some awards that the PSBTA is going to bestow upon a number of folks, some that are here and some that unfortunately couldn't make it. But I think it's really important that we recognize the good work that's been done, not only in the public sector side, but on the private sector side. And to do those awards, I'd like to introduce Al Gillespie, who's the president of the PSBTA. Al.
Thanks, Chris. I have with me Carl Wilmus. You may have seen him outside there. He's our deputy director for the association, works with Martha, and he was kind of controlling everything on the outside there. So this is the portion where we want to give back a little bit and say thank you a little bit for some of the folks who have been involved. These are things that they can put on their I Love Me wall, and those of you with the military or public safety service understand what those are. You got to have one of those in your home, or office. So the first award we're going to give out is the PSBTA Award for Public Safety Leadership. This award acknowledges exemplary leadership by a public safety official, active or retired, who has made significant contributions with a positive impact on public safety broadband. The awardee will have demonstrated years of dedication and service to advancing and improving public safety's broadband and FirstNet technology. Now, the recipient of this award, you've just heard him mentioned, accepting for him will be someone else because he's not here. The awardee is Mel Meyer, and accepting for him is Keith Kelly from the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. Obligatory, right? That's the obligatory. So, the next award we have is the Public Safety Broadband Technology Andy Siebold Award. This is for technology innovation. We have 3 winners of the award, and they're kind of in chronological order from how they succeed each other and put their innovations onto somebody else's innovation and move them farther along for us, which is an example of what we've seen and heard all along. This award acknowledges technology professional or company who has made significant and positive contribution to public safety broadband. Awardee will have demonstrated a significant technology contribution and that has significant positive impact on public safety broadband and FirstNet. The first awardee is from Assured Wireless. Now you've heard about HPUE, high-powered user equipment. These folks, this company came forward and developed this process along with our FirstNet and how this goes out into the field. And you've heard over and over again how this has improved our service. So that was the groundwork. Do we have somebody from Assured here? Well, look at there.
I'd just like to say that this was like a 6-year journey, and
really appreciate the support we got from AT&T to recognize what the technology could do for first responders, and people like Harlan and Andy Sebald for their help along the way doing testing. And this is our best test group we've ever had. So.
And these, you've heard this man's name mentioned earlier today, so. Thank you. So moving along, Airgain Refined Solutions and Antennas. These folks came along and helped modify what was being done by Assured Wireless and make it better for our public safety folks out there, a whole new level of innovation. So is somebody here from Airgain? Please come on up. Great product, by the way. I love it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
So, the last of these three awards is kind of the crowning achievement of everything else that we've led up to. We started seeing things out there what are called the CRDs, or Compact Rapid Deployables. This was a huge leap from where we thought we could go to where we are today. And I got to thank the Rescue 42 company for all they have done to move this forward. It's a device that you can put on the back of a pickup. One person can deploy it by themselves if they need to. You can get it out there in a hurry. It's reasonably cost efficiency. It has a reasonable cost efficiency. Sorry about that. And you can own it as an agency without strapping your budget too hard. So if I could have somebody from Rescue 42, oh, look who it is.
She asked not to come up, so.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, then we have to have her come up.
I would just like to say, without the microphone, with the microphone, very much all the thanks to the AT&T team here. This was a huge paradigm shift for everyone, including AT&T. And all ships, big ships, take a while to turn, and it's incredible how quickly the AT&T team caught on to the concept, realized what we had, and have now embraced it and endorsing it very strongly. And without that support and the support of the FirstNet Authority in helping them understand that we wouldn't be where we are and where we're going. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, as you can see, we're buzzing right through these pretty quick. We want to make sure that you don't have to sit a whole bunch longer because you had a long day. So, our next award is for legislative leadership. This award acknowledges leadership by members of congressional or executive branch staff, the person who has not only shown dedication to public safety technology issues, but has taken extraordinary steps to build relationships with public safety, advance legislation related to public safety technology. So, I'm going to ask Jeff Johnson to come up because this award is something kind of special. It goes to Terrell McSweeney, and we wanted to give Jeff a chance to talk a little bit about Terrell and what she's meant to our motion on this.
Just a bit. Terrell McSweeney was the local government chief of staff for Vice President Biden. And when we had hit a wall, Terrell was the person that was lucky enough to get us. And there were a number of us that sat in her office along with a number of people that were extremely high in the president's staff. But it was Terrell that saw where we wanted to go. Terrell was the one that was articulate about saying, these problems have to go away, these solutions have to come forward. And Terrell, very much like Chairwoman Rosenworcel, very direct, very clear, extremely helpful, absolutely would not be here today for any of us if it were not for Terrell McSweeney. So thank you, Terrell.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. So we have one last category with 3 recipients, and that is the award for congressional leadership. You've heard these names mentioned over the day of people that have helped make this thing happen when we didn't think it could, when things were tough. So these are leadership by members of Congress. Person not only showed dedication to public safety technology, but put extraordinary steps in place to build relationships with public safety and advance the legislation, which, as you can see, has been very successful in related to public safety technology. We have 3 recipients of those. The first recipient, I'm going to ask Chuck Dowd to come up. Chief Chuck Dowd, is he around? There he is. Accepting for Representative Peter King.
I reached out to Congressman King. I spoke to him. He couldn't make it today, but he was very grateful that we remembered him after 10 years and said, "It's been 10 years?" Yeah. And if you remember earlier in the day when we were talking about it, when we were groping around Washington, D.C., right, trying to find somebody to sponsor some legislation, Congressman King was the guy that stepped up. So, yeah, great person, great personality. We miss him on the Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. I can remember him stepping off a committee to come over and testify with us on for our legislation for somebody else's committee. So it was very good. The next award is going to go to somebody from Jeff Johnson's area again. So Jeff, can you come on up here? This award goes to Representative Greg Walden. Okay, thanks. And our last award. Our last award goes to Senator Jay Rockefeller. As you've heard earlier, he was instrumental in making this happen. Accepting is John Branscombe, who's with his staff from that in those days. John, good to see you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Want a word?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. So thank you so much for everybody's time all day long today. I'm going to turn it back over to Martha.
Oh, Martha.
Where'd you come from?
But before you start, Martha, John, it's great to see you. I hadn't seen you in many years, but John was another unsung hero in all of this and appreciates all of it himself, not only accepting the award on behalf of the Senator, but for your work as well.
Thank you. I have to admit that last panel was so inspiring and clearly filled me with so much hope for the future. So thank you, gentlemen, for trekking out here and being a part of that and really taking the torch, so to speak. There's a lot of work clearly that needs to be done moving forward, and I think we have some fantastic people ready to move into those spots and continue the effort. You all have been amazing today, and I want to give one last round of applause to Chris for doing a great job as our MC. The good news is if you are actively eating and drinking, which I think should be a continuum in the next room, you can take your masks off. So again, thank you so much. Keep track of what the Public Safety Broadband Technology Association and the Public Safety Spectrum Alliance are up to. We are constantly working on behalf of first responders, and any support that you would like to lend is always welcome. And we are also going to be doing a a FirstNet User Summit in Las Vegas in September. Please go to our website and take a look at that. We would love it if you attended or if you could send some people from your agency to attend. A lot of really fun things are going to be taking place there, some real hands-on opportunities. So again, thank you so much, and please join us for our cocktails and appetizers next door.